everybody. Good afternoon. Today is April 28th. Hey, guidance. Hello, beautiful Selena Dixon. How's everybody doing today? I hope everybody's doing good. Having a beautiful day. Beautiful day in the neighborhood. I hope so. Hey, where's Summer 1-800-TBI find? Susie, Estelle, Positive, Sweet Tea. Hello, Laura. Yellow Jelly Beans. Hello, Casey Chief. Hello, Jacqueline. Kate B. Hello, everybody. Hello, Kat. Latrice. Hello. I've heard y'all had probably a busy morning. I woke up this morning and I didn't know what was going on. My box was filled. I was like, what? Well, first of all, y'all got to send me what y'all be talking about. I don't know nothing. I always miss all the fun. Yep, come in here all nice and polite, y'all. Hey, that's right. Your BS will get you gone today. But we going to let everybody have their opinions and stuff. But I sit there and really listen. And then I didn't get the very, very end. But we're going to do some things today. We're going to listen. I need them copyright things up. And I need the links dropped. And I need all them thank yous. Because I was going to do my own thing at first. Y'all, pardon me. I'm getting better, though. I was going to do all them things at first. But, oh, yeah. I seen that. And one thing I want to say. Y'all heard this. Lies grow. Because it's the same thing. They can't help themselves. But I didn't know what everybody's talking about. I'm like, Lord, have mercy, Jesus. Take that wheel. So I'm going to go with what I started out with, because there's no sense in me trying to milk the cow and make, as y'all say, or something like that, and make 2 or 3 lives. If I make another live today, it'll be because of something else I got on my mind. I know, people. So, yeah, y'all just remember the respect. So what I was going to start out saying was, again, this is a little over 2 months that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has been missing, right? And we still don't know nothing. Unless Lord Smiley will probably be the last one to know if he was found, because I'll be getting my sleep. I'll be trying to rest and lay back. Somebody asked me, Smiley, you're not backing off, are you? Because, yeah, and whatever. And I'm like, no, I said, no, honey, Smiley been sick the last couple of days and I've been resting. I told y'all know, you'll know, honey. Smiley ain't going nowhere. Anyway, but I started out as last seen at Texas Roadhouse again on Sunday. We know this. And that people, that was the last proof of life. That was the last proof of life. As we knew. Of course, they say, again, as we knew, they thought, but his own dad couldn't even figure out that he might or might not have been him taking out the trash that night. Well, I don't know. And then I started getting blowed up. I didn't get very far. So we'll get into it. I won't keep y'all holding, right? Hey, Pamela Tate and everybody coming in. Welcome. Hit that like button if you like. Might as well, huh? But seriously, they had, we'll talk about it in a minute. They had Chloe DMX, one of the PIs for Seth, started out. That's how it started out. So I'm going to go down how it started out, and then we'll watch some of it. Started out over there on Sleuth, on, drop the name of the channel on Sleuth. Oh, God, forgive me. It was right on the tip of my tongue. Drop her channel, please. And she also verified, saying that that tape was the last proof of life. Y'all's blood pressure still up? Well, just chill. Get you some coffee, which might make it go up more, but, oh, here we go. Web Sleuth. I was saying it backwards. I apologize deeply. It's your 3rd time watching it. I know, it took me so long. Literally, it took me. And if you tried to call and I hung up on you, I'm sorry, but I was really into this. I was so into it. I was like, my bad. I'm glad we'll be watching a tape today because I'll be coughing all over the place. But Chloe was on there. It started out. She's Seth's PI, and she still says that Chris was seen last at 8 p.m. physically. Hey, Lolly, physically in Memphis. She said his car was seen there all night. But he was physically seen. So I don't know, maybe he went to bed and slept all night. Maybe. And I mean, these are just my thoughts, my opinions. I can think this is all hypothetically. We can use our brains. I ask nobody to think like I do. Y'all are grown. You can make up your own minds. So he also did and was seen at work in Memphis at 5:30 in the morning, according to the PI. Now, I always said, who in the heck would go to work 2 hours early? Now, again, this is just my opinion. That may be their routine. They do some weird stuff. I ain't saying he did anything wrong. I don't even know. When was Webb Sleuth's interview? Was it during the night, last night, or this morning? Y'all, because I like to usually give 24 hours, but evidently it's been popping all over the internet. Hey, Robin. Hey, everyone. So anyway, I guess that's not important. What's important, I'm still going to give you my thoughts. I just wondered if Chris has had a breather yet, because I'm sure he's popping in the corner somewhere. But some people, they don't do normal things anyway, I guess. Okay, last night. Thank you. Maybe he's got a good night rest and can calm down a little bit. I'm worried for his blood pressure. Lord Jesus. But Chris, why? I mean, that's not normal to go to work 2 hours early. That's just my opinion. I think that was all calculated, in my opinion. Again, not saying he did anything wrong. It just may have been one of those days he felt like getting up, shooting the shit, and going to work. Most people do go to work early, though. They usually they like to go. I don't like to get up and go anywhere late. I like to go early and sit down, have a cup of coffee, go to the bathroom, maybe say hey to a few people. It is what it is. I don't like to hop right into something. I really don't. I don't like to hop right into something that's not normal. Some people can. I don't like to. But I sure as heck ain't going to get there no 2 hours early. Actually, Wendy, I think you're right. In my opinion, only. Now, I will say this, and we're going to go over it, and I'll stop it, and I'll say the same thing. Because I don't know which part I want to start at. That's why I'm kind of going over what my thoughts were. They were trying to talk about when Seth said F off. Okay. I will agree with that. I agree that I don't believe Seth was talking to anyone that was trying to help, honestly. A lot of people took that a lot of different ways, and it can be taken a lot of different ways. So I want to get this out there first. I believe he was talking to all the drama people, just trying to cause drama and stir the pot. That's my opinion. You don't have to believe it or go on it or whatever. I think after I make these last few statements, I'll shut up and then I'll make them as we go. But I don't believe that. You can take it a couple of different ways. in my opinion. What I believe is it was a bad choice of words, the wrong place and the wrong times. Yes. But I would have done the same thing. I honestly probably would have, and probably a lot more knowing me. And thought about the backlash later. Just saying. The only thing is Seth is usually, and here I think is where the problem's coming in. So if he's listening, this is where I think your problem came in. Again, y'all can take that how you want to. Seth is usually very, when he does his interviews or comes on panels or anything like that, he's usually very careful with what he says and how he says it. And again, this is just my thoughts and my opinions. And he's very, he thinks out what he says. He's just very cautious. And I don't think he wants to do anything to hurt his son's case or anything like that with the questions and answers that he gives. I don't know if he's always been like that. I have no idea. And he don't want to fuck up things, if you will. So I can understand, to be fair, on both sides, why people are feeling the way that they're feeling. So when he said what he said, no matter how he said it and how he meant it, when he said, fuck you all and your egos, I can understand that. Does it make it right? No. But in fact, when he came in my chat that very same day, live, and I said, well, you can have a link if you want one. And, of course, I've never pressured him for one. I don't think anybody should. He knows where we're all at, no matter who we are. And he comes in, he can say what he wants. I think the man needs to be left alone, in my opinion. But anyway, that's me. If he wants one, he wants one. He knows where to go. But the fact is, when he came in my chat that day, I asked him, did he want a link? And then I said, being who I am, unless you want to tell me to fuck off too. And he said, no, like N-A-W. He said, you're for Sebastian. So at the time, again, I kind of took that wrong. I'm like, wait, what do you mean by that? So I literally also took that wrong. And it took me a minute, because what he meant, he said, and then he wrote it. He said, no, what he was meaning was, no, you're for Sebastian. Why would I tell you to fuck off? So see, things can be taken out of context and in many different ways. So fair is fair, and I just want to be fair with everybody, because I found out what he was meaning. In my opinion, he was just frustrated, and I don't want to speak for anybody, and especially I don't want to speak for their opinions. Now we got Chris over there crying about, and got Gray Hughes up there, excuse me, for speaking that name. No, we don't have to drop his channel just because I said his name. Anyway, talking about why is Seth getting all the attention? And anyway, I think Web Sleuth explained that just fine. Okay, that's all I think. But anyway, there's that. Thank you all for coming in. Love you. The only other comment I want to make, and again, we're going to get on with this video, is again about this fuck you situation. Chris left him, in my opinion, high and dry, and I would have been upset too. And that was the very first clue, I'm sure, that there was going to be no working together. Chris leaving, Chris could have stayed right there long enough side by side with Seth, in my opinion only, and stayed there together 1 minute, took 1 minute a video. And Chris, being the better talker, in my opinion, could have said, we're setting our egos aside, all three of us, and we're going to work together to help find our son, Sebastian. Chris don't mind going on somebody now and calling Sebastian his son. That's just to rub a little bit of salt in the raw meat. I'm just telling you. That's my opinion. So, you know, and then but he had to leave and run and go pick up Katie. Couldn't stay for the vigil, go pick up Katie and go to the motorcycle shop. Any of you fools who think that motorcycle shop was years ago, well, did Sebastian disappear years ago too? And y'all had them same shirts years ago? Stay the freak woke, okay? Stay woke. Now, we're going to watch something. Just enjoy. I love y'all. Thank you for being here. I got to share first. Oh, I have to share first. Bonnie, nobody's turning on Seth. I was just telling you what they should have did at the vigil. So watch. Hold on. That was more towards Mr. Chris, by the way. Hold on. Oh, shit. Hold on. I think let's see what they're talking about here. Hold on.
Protecting.
Okay, yeah. That's good to know. Hold on. Did you ever get permission from the federal property that everyone was kicked off of the beginning? Did you ever get permission to go on that property? Do you know what they're talking about?
I was not on that property.
I think we'll start here.
Okay. Do you want to go back there? Are you trying to go back there?
I'm going to try to interact with y'all. Hold on.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. SP Mama, this is a great question. Do you know of any other, I just lost it, missing 401 cases in the area?
Oh, man. Missing in Sumner. In that county?
Yes.
I mean, in Middle Tennessee, it's a lot.
Yeah. I mean,
we have a problem here. I'm not really sure what's going on, but I'm exhausted.
Well, and Tennessee is Summer Wells. I mean, that's the state, but that's Summer Wells. Let's see. Justice Lovey says, whomever did this is very comfortable. He won't be found, but just to be safe, wouldn't the person maybe hide him nearby so they can continue to be relaxed? I'm sure you've thought of those types of theories.
Yeah. No, I haven't thought of everything, or I would have found it. But trust me, I'm not tunnel visioned here.
No, we understand that. Let's see here. Hold on one second. I want to get some of these questions here that haven't been asked. Oh, this is a good one. Curious Cat. There were some threats. There's some crazy stuff happening. Did they ever find out who was behind them?
I don't know if that's actually true.
Okay.
Honestly, I've never been threatened.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Right.
That's very good. Well, and plus the drama people are gone.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I heard about threats. I never got any proof of the threats. Sumner County even came out and said they had no
really? No, that's interesting.
Police reports from certain organizations.
Really? Okay. Now that is.
They came back and said it was Davidson County that they reported to, which doesn't make really any sense to me, but because I feel like the threats were probably in Sumner County. So I have not received any threats. I have not been followed. Many of my searchers have not been threatened or followed.
So that could just be
I don't think Heather's been threatened or followed. I mean, people are nasty on the internet, but I don't consider that like a safety issue.
So that could be a bit of malarkey then.
A little bit of malarkey, yeah. I like that word.
Very interesting, because I heard somebody talking about it, and it was somebody that I thought was legitimately saying what happened to them, but if there's no police reports, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I can't say with 100% certainty that people haven't been threatened. I have not found any evidence of it, and haven't had time to focus on that. If you don't feel comfortable searching, don't.
Yeah. Now, has Seth ever said he's been followed before? Do you know?
He has.
Okay. And what about Chris's parents, Chris Proudfoot's parents? A lot of people are very kind of upset that they went to Alaska.
It's bizarre.
Have you, or do you know if the police have looked into why they all of a sudden went to Alaska?
I don't know that police have looked into that. I know that tips have been passed on to Sumner County and TBI. Not necessarily about them leaving,
Right.
but hopefully that is all being vetted in some way.
Somebody asked a question about, was it prescriptions? I missed it. And then somebody said, oh, that's a great question. I'm like, what was it?
I didn't see it.
It was, if somebody could repeat that, please, because I meant to catch it and chat was going so fast.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
To see if any prescriptions
I
for
don't know that
Sebastian.
he's checked to make sure prescriptions haven't been filled in other states. I would assume since Sebastian is an Amber Alert that pharmacies would be flagged.
Right.
Right.
And like,
That's good to know.
yeah.
That's good to know. Now, Donna D wants to know any news on the sexual offender that was searching, and could he have been moved from the pond? So two questions there. Was there a sexual offender searching? I hadn't heard that. Sex offender, I should say. I have not heard that. Okay. And do you think he could have been moved from the pond?
When?
That's true. People would have been watching and seeing.
I mean,
Now we're going to put up your email
it showed on the
address.
camera.
In fact,
I don't think he was
what
ever
is your
no
email
phone.
address? And I'll type it in right now.
help@reuniteresearch.org.
L, like as in lady.
No, help.
Oh, help. Sorry.
Mhm.
HELP.
Yeah.
At?
In the chat too.
Okay.
Reunite Research.
Reunite Research. Okay.
.org.
.org. And I'll make sure I spelled that right here. So help@reuniteresearch.org. And we'll put that in the description as well. Yes, if you have anything, please, report to the police. If you're more comfortable talking to Chloe or Heather, absolutely.
Yeah.
So absolutely. Let's see here.
Yeah, we asked
I'm
for
just going through here
consent.
really quickly. Do you know if any dogs have been inside Chris's RV?
I don't know.
Okay. Have the Bowersock spoken with you at all?
No.
Okay. Have you tried to contact them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Do you know if the cemetery was searched?
If they're referring to the one
That does
Chris
Chris
house and the construction site, yes.
Does Chris's family own a funeral home?
This triggered him too.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
She said no,
let's see.
Chris.
Kim Rice says, regarding items for scent dogs, do Ellie go in and select items, or do they ask missing kids' parents to choose and hand them the items? What scent items did they have for Sebastian's?
I think
Sure.
typically they try to use something they were most recently wearing.
Oh, Keiki says that the grandparents went to Alaska and Puerto Rico. I just think that's
They
weird.
did. They went to Alaska, I believe 4
Yes, I
days
said on this
after
too.
Sebastian went missing. They were gone about a month.
Mhm.
And then I can't remember when they came back, and
They all
JLR
went home.
chased them around. And then they went to
Oh,
Puerto Rico at some point.
Makes me so
Yeah,
mad.
it's terrible.
It is terrible. Now, this is a good question. You've inspired Ladybug Lady to become a private investigator. How does one become a private investigator?
It depends
a
on what
lot.
state you're in,
Yeah.
or what state you want to be licensed in. So
Yeah, I do know you have to work with a private investigator and do so many hours and take classes and things, right?
it depends on your state. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I looked it up for California, and it's a lot. You've got to have 2,000 hours or something of work in some kind of law enforcement field or something like that. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. So it's different everywhere, though.
Right. BW, I'll get to that question here shortly. There's been made mention of Sebastian being forced to wear pull-ups, which
Needle, don't worry
Seth, I
about it.
believe, has confirmed, which I find appalling that they would do that the Proudfoots would
Not a
do that.
lot
That's my
worse.
opinion. Do you know, like, what that situation is? Do you have any information about it?
Not really more than what's been said.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. VW wants to know about Melissa Proudfoot. She helped them take Faith when Nina had to take her other child to the hospital. Do you know anything about Melissa, his sister?
I do think, at least from Nina's account, that she was involved with that, as was
Yeah.
kind of everybody.
Right. Scary. That was very sad.
So
Okay. And again, I don't want you to say anything that makes you feel uncomfortable or that'll cause problems. And so if I ask any questions,
yeah, I mean, I feel like some of it is like, does this help me find him?
right? Exactly.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
it's like,
But the thing, I think the flip side is, if the Proudfoot family has done things like this before, is it possible they've done it with
I
Sebastian?
just got a message that Chris wants to come on.
Here we go. Let me
Chris
stop
Proudfoot?
saying it.
Well, absolutely.
I don't know where that's.
Can you send him the link that I sent you?
I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know how to stop it without going back and forth like that. Maybe that's how you do it. I don't know. That's Chloe DMX, and she's one of Seth's private investigators. And so that's the private investigators for Seth. So we're doing this for allowance, fair use, educational purposes, criticism. Oh, there's criticism. Commenting. I'm just going to be commenting and trying to, I don't know if you call it teaching or not, but all the things that we're trying to learn in this case surrounding Sebastian. So y'all go over and sub up to Web Sleuth. She's been here a long time. I do know that. And just go hit her link and sub up to her. We're going to be going over some things. You're welcome, y'all. Yeah, this is Chloe right here. She's at the bottom. Now, I don't know if so we bypassed all this, and earlier, because I was taking some notes on it. So for any of you that's already saw it, again, I just bypassed a lot because you can go over and watch it if you want to. They were asking about the door being locked. They'll ask it again when Chris comes up. Of course, people always ask things over and over again. The call was dispatched at 6:39, according to the PI, and was released. Again, she says there was a lot, and she's telling Web Sleuth this, that there was a lot of cameras everywhere. Still nothing, no sightings of Sebastian, no sightings, no sign, no nothing. Again, the door was locked. And again, I could have told y'all this, did tell you this before Chris even popped up here and I knew he was coming on in my interview again. Chris and Katie locked at least Katie in that house. They said Sebastian walked out of the front door. I asked in my interview, why the front door? They said because that was the only plausible one. They also said in my interview that LE, of course, we haven't heard that from LE, but they also said that LE, that was their thoughts and their focus, and because that's just the only way that it could be, basically. It's the front door or no door, basically, is what they're saying. So that's the only way in and the only way out for Sebastian in the interview. So, no, he's no victim. Chris is definitely no victim, but he's sure acting like a victim right now. The only victim here is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I don't care. It should not be pick a side, this side, that side, whatever. And anything that's being side-eyed either way or either side or whatever, well, you know what? Get over your butt hurt. This is about Sebastian. Where the hell is Sebastian? He's the one missing. That's that. Now, stay woke. I love Angie. Stay woke. Wake up. Drink enough coffee. Okay. Now, oh, and you would have to rewind it. I'm not going to rewind it because when I start rewinding, I start hitting buttons I ain't supposed to. So that's why I don't rewind yet. But anyway, it's my channel. I'll run it how I want to. So here's the thing. I did make notes, I said, and they were talking about, now I did have to eye roll Chloe. I'm sorry, Chloe. I do like Chloe. But I had to eye roll. So she was asked, and I know I've passed it because Chris is fixing to come up. That's why I know I passed it. She was asked that could Sebastian have been put in the car, taken out in Katie's car, da-da-da-da-da. Well, she kind of hum-hauled around again. This is what I wrote from here. It's not that I didn't like her answer. It's just she was kind of, you need some more caffeine, Chloe, in my opinion. Of course, this is what I wrote. Of course, he could have been in that car. But what you talking about, Miss Willis? Of course, he could have been in that car. What I'd love to know, and something we'll never know, is because it's a part of an active investigation, is about the clothes that they brought up. And she said she didn't know later on. I think it come out from Chris, but this is only from Chris. Everything we get from Chris, let's just be fair and honest. I'm going to even throw Seth in there. I'm for Seth, Sebastian, and all that. But, I got thinking lately. Anything we get from Chris, Katie, and Seth, all of them, honestly, until Ellie comes out and says something, well, it's not factual. It's not factual. Now, we can hear news people talking about it, and we can hear people we really admire, Nick Barris. We can hear Nancy Grace. We can hear, Court TV say it. But if you really think about it, where's it coming from them? It's from Chris, Seth, and Katie. So-and-so said, the police said. Let's just get real, okay? So L.E.'s the one that needs to come out and clear some of these matters up. Are y'all getting the full picture now? Because Smiley's got it. Anyway, about the clothes, which Chris comes back on here and says they absolutely do have his clothes from that day. So anyway, hearsay again until they say, but we may never know. But is not only did Ellie collect the clothes, it's important to know, did they collect not only Sebastian's clothes seen leaving Texas Steakhouse? It's important to know, did they have Katie's clothes she was wearing that day as well? And I'll tell you why. You may think, why is that important? Well, it's very important, at least in my opinion. It should be important to the cops' opinion, and it should be important to them. If it's not, I don't know why not. First of all, did they get Katie's clothes that she had on in the video that day? Because why, you ask? Well, first of all, not accusing anyone of anything. Let's just put that out there. But however, every stone needs to be checked and turned and rolled. Just don't drop it on your toe. Even if it was an accident and somebody was scared to do anything, if you help or cover up or help cover it up, there might be DNA, a blood, hair fiber, anything on her clothes. No stone left unturned. Nothing. Now, this is, in my opinion, they really need to check any sheets washed the day before, any pillows, any towels, not just thrown out, but washed and put up. She might have got smart and washed them and put them up, not throw them away, because she felt like they were going to check the dump yard. Hey, look at Jodi Arias's case, right? She thought she was going to outsmart them all. And guess what? In the washing machine, Lord have mercy, the whole freaking case, the whole deal was sealed with the camera that was washed. Oh, but everybody thought it's washed. It's not going to work anymore. Well, hallelujah. I learned something in that case, and I wasn't even doing the stuff. Guess what I learned in that case? If you didn't watch it back then and you don't know about that case, let me tell you what I learned. I learned this. Mamas, if you got kids and you don't check their pockets and they have games or anything and you wash it, hell, don't fret. Just set it out. It'll still work. You know, no need to throw it away and say, oh my God, I ruined this $75 or $100 game. It still works. Now, I don't know the technical and how and why, and don't care. But don't get your bloomers all in an uproar. I learned that from that case a long time ago. Saved me a lot of money. Well, in my opinion, they should have, it's probably too late now, I don't know, never say never. But they should have checked the towels, the sheets, what was washed. In fact, if it was me, and thank God it's not me, I'd have went in there and tore them drain pipes out. Because wasn't it funny? Now, she didn't say this on Olivia's, sweet Olivia. She did a great interview, by the way, drop hers. It was funny. She never told about Sebastian not having no bath. Never told about him not having no bath, right? I forget where I heard it from, but later on down the line, Mama Katie told about herself having a bath. Must have been nice. Must have been nice to have a bath. She had her bath. Why? Why didn't he have his bath? When was his last bath? No bath, no shoes. But he walked off. He walked off. He just walked off. He got his glasses because, see, in my opinion, that's something that maybe he absolutely had to have. And if you didn't take those with him, that would be very odd. But he left his phone. But no shoes. Wonder if he took a backpack. Wonder if he took a backpack. I don't know. Let's go back listening.
He was not who messaged me, so I don't know.
Get him that link.
And
If he doesn't want to come on the link, he can call my phone and I can put him on through the phone.
Is he in the chat somewhere?
Chris,
I
are
don't
you in
know.
the
I just got a message that.
I'll stay on till,
He loves
Friday
to keep
night,
people waiting
wants
when
to
he
come
asks
on.
to go on, when he demands to go
when you
on.
said Chris, I had to sit and think. Who?
He loves to keep people
Oh.
waiting.
What would you like me to do? I can put, I can put the link in chat. Hold on. I can put the link in chat. If he is in chat, he can jump on this link. Okay. And if you have his phone number, Chloe, can you send him mine if you'd rather call?
Yeah, just stand by for just a second. Let me make sure this is even real.
Okay. I know. I get all excited. Somebody comes on with a sock puppet. That'd be my luck. So.
Right.
Oh my gosh, that happened to us before, remember?
Oh, it has. I know.
Yeah, it did. It was the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah. Came on with a sock puppet.
Hold on.
And then somebody else came on and
Absolutely.
accused me of trying to take down her man or some crap like that. Remember that? We've had some weird ones.
Weird
Yeah.
things. Yeah.
Yeah. Heather Cohen says it's real.
Okay, well, she's texting. She's blowing me up.
Okay. I'll tell you what, you and Heather chat, and then we'll chat with chat. How's
Okay,
that?
well, I'm
He
gonna
loves to keep them waiting.
Mute yourself.
We'll mute you.
here. I'll stop.
There you go. There, you're muted. We can't hear you.
I agree.
Okay. Yeah, Ladybug Lady, we're going to talk about what you can do to help. And everybody can do something, and that's just get Seth's picture out. Did you email me that insightful
Yes, I
one?
did.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to pull that up right now, okay? This is a cute picture. I love this picture. Hang on.
Yeah, it is a good picture, I think.
So let me pull it up here. Oh, heck, I'll stay up all night if Chris wants to come, Come on, absolutely.
You shouldn't have never told him that. I think it's a trigger warning for this man for some people. Y'all might want to put a trigger warning in here. See, he triggers some people. Hey, Fun to Ski.
No, don't need a video.
Because he comes on here
Here we
angry.
go. There, and you can see there's the tip line, okay? But let's go ahead and read some comments in chat. Are there any that you want to read, Insightful One?
Trigger warning up for sure.
There was
Chris,
one I
please
thought
come
we
on.
can answer, but now I'm trying to go back and find it.
Yes, the other private investigator is Heather Cohen, yes. And everybody, if you could read some comments in chat, I need to go let my cat in because, the animals rule this house. So I'll be right back.
Right. I know everybody, there's so much, there are things we don't know and everybody wants to know, but what's really important is
Thank you,
finding
Grace.
Sebastian and maintaining the integrity of the investigation. And so there's some things that aren't going to be public, aren't privy to, and there's good
And
reason
tell
for
me
that.
again, he comes on.
Very good reason for that. Because not everybody understands the way investigations work, but I was fortunate because my father was law enforcement. So I got a firsthand look at that, and I understand it can just be so frustrating. Trish,
I'm sorry, what?
there's somebody backstage.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Coming.
Yep.
And we ask everybody to be respectful to the
Yes.
hosts and the guests on our show.
No
or we will have to
no
remove
crappy
you.
comments, please, okay?
Right.
No
This is
crappy.
about a missing child,
Right.
and that's all that matters.
And we will always be polite to our guests. Okay, so who do we have here? Who do we have here? I've put you on the platform.
You have me, Chris.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot.
Hello.
I really appreciate you coming here. I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. but I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Oh,
What?
I'm very.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So,
I would like to point something out here. No, Green Eyes, we're just getting started, honey. You're just right on time. Maybe you can help me out, my friend. So, somebody must have pointed, I didn't see the chat because I was too busy listening to this part. But evidently somebody thought what I thought. I said, this mother sucker is drunk. The first thing I said is, why is this mother sucker slurring? That's what I said. Why is he slurring? I'm talking to myself. Yeah, I talk to myself sometimes too. Hey, Sergeant King. Thank you, honey. Thank you for your support. So I said, why is he slurring? Because I listened to this one good. And then I said, I think he's drunk. And then somebody else in the chat must have said that because he got mad. Now, I didn't hear, I heard this morning. I'm going over all this morning. I didn't hear it live. And I'm taking notes. So I said, whatever he says next, I'm like, Chris, I said, you're watching all these lives. Thank you, Izzy. Thank you for your support, honey. So I said, he's drinking. But then you know what the next thing that popped off to me was? I said, Chris, you sound like you're missing a tooth. Or, you know, maybe you forgot to put your bridge, or I don't know how that works because I don't have all that. You know, my money don't allow all that. That's not what I have to go through. But I said, you sound like you're missing a tooth. Now, this is my opinion, and my opinion only, and my thoughts. I'm just saying, y'all chill your roll there, slow your roll. I don't mean no disrespect to nobody that's going through that. I'm just saying. No, I know you can't remove your crowns. That's not what I mean. I have crowns too. Is it a bridge or something you take in or out? Anyway, I got a point to this, y'all. So I said, it sounds like you're missing a tooth. I said, you may sound like a little Mr. Outlaw trucker. Any relation? I'm asking for a friend. Not saying he is. No. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I wonder if they're any kin to. Some people might say, well, that's not your business, Smiley. Oh, but I disagree wholeheartedly. I disagree. Why? Well, if you hadn't been watching, then I ain't going to tell you. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. But that person also seems to be so interested in autism, in Sebastian, and in me for some reason. They referred them truckers against Stevie earlier. Chris, I ain't going to coddle you like everybody else, but it is just the thought. Now, anyway, if not, but I do think he is drunk. So let's go on. Carry on. Hold on.
So let me go ahead and address a few things to help y'all out.
Okay.
Because Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything, first off.
Heather has
Heather
been
is the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you to
actually
sit
reached
on
out
this
to
show
you
and sit
a
here
month
and
or
give
so ago.
information that you have that you don't have all the answers to is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem
okay,
is,
I understand that. So let me just smash something real quick.
okay,
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
okay,
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son.
On the contrary,
That's real simple.
your stepson, right?
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son. All
today it's
the
his
kids
son.
are treated as if they your own. There is no title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
okay,
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think.
Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna. I don't. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Whoops. I want to see this comment a minute. Well, shit. Sorry. I just want to stop this a minute. Brittany, would you like to come up? I'm just asking if you would like to. For any reason, you could. If you won't, that's no pressure. It's up to you. Sometimes I don't see my chat flowing by. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, he has a complete crazy. Come up, Brittany. Yeah, come up. Come up. If you want to go up, please come up. That's what I was saying. Chris was not pounding his fist or slapping. Does he feel the need to lie about that? Exactly. Exactly. Because that's what he did. Brittany said, hold on a minute. She said, I talked to Bike Shop. There is no rally set up, period. I want my ass. You walked your ass right there. Brittany, you can come up, honey, if you want to. Okay. Let me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a link, y'all. And then if Brittany wants to come up, she is more than welcome to come up. Hold on. But nobody else, please don't grab this link. I want Brittany only, if she wants to come up, to grab this link. If she wants to. And Brittany, you can say anything you want. And please come up. And it would be nice to hear from you. It really would be nice to hear from you. Yeah, you don't have to be on camera, Brittany. We don't have to show your face. You don't have to be on camera. Absolutely not. You don't have to be on camera. We can keep your camera down. We can keep you down. We can keep your camera closed. Absolutely. Absolutely. Smiley, do you hear him clapping his hands as he speaks? I sure do. I sure do. I noticed he tried to tell her what to do with her money too. Yep. Yeah, Brittany, you're more than welcome here. Well, that link's there. If you, I'm gonna drop it again. If you want to come, I'm gonna drop it again in case you didn't catch it the first time. But yeah, I would just like to know. She's saying that there is no bike rally. That's what she was saying, or something like that. She says she walked herself up there. I think that's really important things to know. Yeah, CP is an abuser. He's very abusive. And if you do want to come up here, Brittany, you just come up here. No matter what I'm doing, I'll allow you. You know, you can come up here and keep your camera closed. I would just be interested. You can tell whatever you want to tell, talk however you want to talk. I think I listen to everybody pretty well. I think I'm pretty, and again, I have no serious questions for you I don't even know. Again, I usually get popped with stuff off the top of my head. So, I don't know, just kind of stuff, I don't even know. But y'all keep that link and give it to Brittany if she wants it. Yes, it's our subdivision. It's a community of people who care, Erica, and what it's yeah. And look, everybody, and like I said, the people up there, I know people there. Excuse me. And everybody up there, they help each other. Look, they help each other. This is probably they're unheard of to them, and they want to know what happened. Hey, Judy. Hello, everybody coming in. But that link's there if you want it. My mod can get it back for you. So let me put on this.
I'll think you know anything about when honestly you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
Oh, now he wants to include Seth and his mom.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Now he's the
okay, and I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again,
so let me help y'all with something.
Okay,
y'all said some shit that's really, it's really none of your damn business. But since you brought it up, I'm clear it.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
Why
anybody
my parents
said
went
that.
to Alaska was because my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh no, it's out there. Trust me, because I have.
Okay,
terabytes.
I did not say that.
Nobody
I didn't say
said that
you.
here.
Okay.
I said people.
Okay.
Now I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some vile stuff. I've got videos of everybody and
That's
their
very
comments out here.
possible.
But
Trust me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No. And Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a
So,
good.
and by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's business.
Well, but Chris, let me, and please understand, I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay. Here's the thing. When you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And let me from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you, we've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
But
It is
your
not
problem with
meant-
thinking outside of the box does nothing but cause speculation. And it causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because
Oh, he's been
Joe
talking
down the
great
street
views
thinks
off
that
panel.
my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you
I
get up
side
with this
grin
stuff?
to that.
Not you.
There's a
I'm saying the
reason to
public.
turbine.
And so that, Chris, that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that.
Well,
But
It doesn't
and
matter,
I
though.
did want to
That
clear
does
it up.
not
Chris.
matter.
I
Doesn't
did want
matter
to clear it
one
up,
iota.
Chris. I
Chris?
did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
not-
I just want to make
Yeah.
it clear that
Can I explain to you?
Yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and asked me to ask my question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What
I
was the
asked my
question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question,
And
what
that's not
was
what
your
I'm saying.
question?
That's not what I'm saying. I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
And Chris, I know you're mad. God, I can feel it. I can hear it, and I understand it. You've got to believe me when I tell you this. Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows
It
that.
pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I
You
know.
haven't been in our shoes.
Okay, well, you don't know that, but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child, no. But believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you, all right? Anybody here in this chat that asked about a cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just tell us. And then
Exactly. And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
that's a $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No,
That's-
I'm sorry. I said that. There's a lot
That's
of
Stacy. Yeah.
crazy people online. And just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too, to see if we could help in any way. Oh,
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, please let us help you, okay? We're not here to point fingers at you or whatever, but the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help, and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem, never, until social media. And it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible. But let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, everybody stop with that bullshit. All right.
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property. We
Mhm.
don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something, like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right. No, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay.
He
But
is-
understand, when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
Worst nightmare.
or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at Web Sleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay.
Yes.
But hey guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him.
Absolutely.
Okay. And his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you. This was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is. Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in, and I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
I am too. I'm thrilled. I'm
even though he's
absolutely thrilled.
angry, I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's address something real quick with your
Okay.
viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, if any, okay, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game,
No.
then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them, kick them out. Okay.
It's like this: if you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly. So
That's-
that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk. Because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
I know.
Whoop, I forgot to touch my button. I said, no, 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 no. That ain't going to fly on my channel. That would not fly on my channel. Now, I respect her, and that's her channel, and she can do what she wants to do. But it wouldn't fly over here. I don't care if I had a serial. For Pete's sake, I'll just tell you how much I don't give a shit. I don't care if I had a serial killer. Cut the bullshit. I don't care if I had the most famous person in the world. If I had the president of the United States. I don't give a shit. Monetized, not monetized. There ain't a suspect, a person of interest, a case in this world who's going to be on my channel and come before my subscribers and my supporters in any case. Now, I may not always listen to y'all when y'all say, get this person off panel, because I know what's best in what I'm doing. Because I don't listen to much of anybody, I'll have to be honest with you. That right there will never, ever, ever fly on my channel. No. And think about it. If he did that to her, and I've seen we all know he's, that's right. Absolutely. If he did that to her, and we see how controlling he is to Katie and others, although Katie, trust me, she can handle herself. Stop it. Stop that. I know she looks broken and all that. Just stop, in my opinion. You remember the punishment has to fit the crime. You remember, yeah. And if you want respect, you have to get respect. Listen, it just ain't gonna fly. If he did this now, can you imagine what Sebastian had to live in? And that was before CPS was called. That was before CPS. Oh, and by the way, Chris, before I get sidetracked or forget, and I don't think they've already said it. I don't think they got there yet. No, they hadn't. They hadn't got there yet. Because I know Mr. Hughes has not got on the channel yet. CPS don't come to your house for no damn reason, Chris. Mr. Chris. Let's make that crystal clear. And I don't care what problem Sebastian said. He can't just go up and say, somebody's mean to me at my house. I don't like this. And they're not going to call. They know their children at school too. Yes, there's mandated reporters, and yes, this and that. But just because Sebastian says something, they have to see something or take all that into account. or there'd be nobody left. They couldn't hire nobody to come out. They'd be so swamped with shit. Thank you, brown eyed girl. Just remember that, Mr. Chris.
I know. And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us? Anybody?
And the other part of this is
Oh,
if it's
I got it.
nothing, if it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it.
because
Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly. Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves. But
Absolutely.
I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own
Well, but Chris,
and
let me
read
tell
stuff.
you,
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at
Yes.
his house he didn't
Yes,
need
you
it.
are correct. No,
and so-
you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mhm.
You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it because, quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right. And you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That
Okay.
that Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation while everybody stood behind me and would snap them little pictures and stuff. Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one.
Mhm.
But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting there. He's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance. Now,
Mhm.
unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth.
And
Because
I
all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
say that everybody is grieving and handling this situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, you know, in the last week, we've been trying to build a bridge. And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect. But I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something
Sure.
that y'all don't get a chance to see. Because unfortunately, we're meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mhm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, He goes to he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, "Thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me. That I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time." But
Okay.
y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met.
Mhm.
I have
Right.
been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Well, again, I just, if I could just
Yeah,
step
Chris,
in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about the invest. I mean,
All right. So Chris got him the job. I mean, I'm sure he sent him over there and pointed him in the right direction like everybody else can help somebody get a job or whatever they've done in their life or whatever like that. But here's the thing. Seth don't owe you his damn life. Get over it. That's what people do. They help people. They put in a good word for somebody, but he don't owe you the rest of his life, man. Now, in the meantime, you act like you got something hanging over Seth's head. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. Stop trying to blackmail. And if he does, Seth, maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's huge. Don't let that fool, and I said FOOL, keep hanging something over your head. Go ahead and get it out. That too shall pass. This is nonsense. Where's Sebastian? Where's Sebastian? Never let nobody hold shit over your head. Frankly, this community can get over it pretty much, whatever it is. We don't care. I'm just saying if. Chris, you need to straighten up. Your manners are a little bit like, dude.
I mean, not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but you know, what you know has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. You know, I mean, we could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian, because the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's disappointment.
No, and I'm
to be
not
honest with
saying
you.
that. And I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying at this point, it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
yeah, and it's like an energy vampire, you know, and we're all tired. And I mean, I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that
Understood.
from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI, gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No,
Very
that
good.
was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you're telling us
see,
now.
Right. And Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took
Mhm.
it, passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay, well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
Okay. So you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no. And I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay, but
Which,
again,
another thing,
And
which
I
is kind of funny that you bring this up because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down.
mhm.
If you got it, post it. Because
Oh, I
if you
agree.
ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I have never seen that.
And I
Exactly.
also want to
Because
say,
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
and I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie, Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, all we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
Why do you
Instead
think
of when
that
you
is?
see something, you pick up the phone immediately
Right.
and you call the cops.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and
Right.
say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only and make your report
And
immediately.
I will say, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't want you to think
for the record,
passing
right.
tips
So
to law
for the record, I think what folks need to understand, because no, y'all don't know, y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wished we truly could. But unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything. You don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't.
Mhm.
Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single callback when they're looking for missing children, not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer.
In my opinion, he wants you to look. I just saw it muted. He wants you to call all those. He wants you to look for all those other missing children, right? Because that way, all eyes will be off of Sebastian. In my opinion, all eyes will be off of Sebastian. So of course he wants you to look for all those missing kids. He could care less, in my opinion, about those other missing kids. And I'll tell you something else. Honestly, he don't want his kid. He wants to give that kid to his mama. His mama wants that kid. Lord help us all. Hopefully she'll never get it either.
But it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm so
let's
glad.
do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state, with a number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet tail I am. You can bet on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, I mean, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. I mean, that's because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset and every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's
I
not.
understand. I want to read you a comment, and I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused to release it because
Court documents on, let me ask you this, on who? Me, Seth, Katie? Okay.
I refused to release it because, number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
when she was young?
Yes.
Okay, so let me
finish, and I referred to the Michael Vaughn case, where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they did.
By the public. for a very
See, Katie, see, he wanted to know real quick, fast, and in a hurry who that private information was on. Those documents, those court documents. Me, Seth, who? Katie. Oh, okay. He's fine with that, sweetheart. Sweetheart, Katie, he'll throw you under that bus in a heartbeat, woman. Whoever gets that first plea, boy, I'm telling you, wake up, stay woke. Where's Sebastian?
very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They
I mean,
didn't.
now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love for you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back
get the
to
public
what's
on
being
your
asked.
side. Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I
But
know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly. And that's
not.
what we're
This is
trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
You know,
it is. But
you
if we're
team
not,
this, that, I'm Team Sebastian.
Same.
You know, I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacy? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. You know, we don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money this show makes.
No, I make no money.
We don't make money. We're not
make
monetized.
zero money.
It's not monetized.
And we
You're
don't
not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not
Right.
monetize. We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Web
Chris,
sleuth
So
that's
the reason why I asked
show I
that,
will go on.
It's completely free,
Well,
and the website is as well.
No
right,
advertising.
so the
on
reason
our
why I'm asking that question, okay,
Mhm.
is because if people are true to what they say in their heart,
Mhm.
especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers,
Yeah.
the shows that make this money.
Yep.
I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't. Like I
But-
said, we make zero
we don't
money. It
make
costs
money.
us money to
And
do
I
it.
appreciate it and I respect
Yeah.
that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again, it's just like with, Nancy Grace or with news media, they report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree, there's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Oh, very much so.
disgusting.
Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
Right. If we can keep parties involved in this investigation focused on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media and playing the game, okay,
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly, and this would completely change narratives and the direction, and it would straight focus completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This podcast or Web Sleuths podcast that we're on right now, we can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here, right?
But here's the other thing. I appreciate you willing to make that pact, but you know exactly who I'm referring to. That needs to be done publicly as well then.
well, all we can do is what we can do here
True.
tonight. So,
Right.
but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody.
Fire
That
away.
wants, well, there is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but
Who is
I'll
it?
ask. Well, let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
I don't know. For the love of God, I wished I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of,
So
but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and
Mhm.
so just no
I'm gonna
thought
hear you out.
in your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Sebastian,
All right, just listen to this because, again, he's confirming the front door, in my opinion, again. He's just reconfirming all this about the front door. And that's what I think. He's reconfirming everything.
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I
Right, but
checked, there's
are
not
you
one shred of
confirming that you know
evidence.
he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or
No, I'm
somebody's
not
taking that
insinuating
child outside of
anything.
my house,
No,
say
I'm not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So, just to make this real crystal clear, there's a back door. Every door in the house, when Katie got up that morning, was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So it
Did,
had
did Katie do that?
Do
And he
what?
walked out. Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on,
Who's
and Gray Hughes. He would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can
him?
bring that. You can bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up. Okay, Gray? I just sent it to your Facebook. So he'll be jumping on here shortly. Stacy, can you keep an eye out because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey,
Okay.
in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for. And I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog. Am I correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
From the house that night,
Yes.
the description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed, but
Now, if y'all watch this, this part right here kind of gets confusing. It's not really that confusing, but I think he made it confusing with what he had on and the shirts. But this is what I would like. Y'all see for yourself and you make your own decisions of who said what and who got what confused. This is the way that I took it. I think it's real simple. Again, I'm still having trouble with the clothes because, sorry, y'all, I was eating lunch while y'all were doing that. The clothes were different, said to be different, whatever, the stripes, none of that even matters anymore. After 60 days, it don't even matter, honestly. But today he said, you know, how he had on the pants and then the shirt with, you know, the things on it. Now, he said this before. Yeah, he acts like he's confused. He said this before, like, I'm just going to make it real simple for you in case y'all are going to fix it and get confused. Let's just say he had a Star Wars shirt. And Chris, why can't you just say it like this? For those of us that are kind of dumb, let's dumb it down a little bit. Star Wars shirt. Halloween shirt. 2 shirts. Is the Star Wars shirt gone? Or is the Halloween shirt gone? Which one was he wearing? Are both gone? I mean, stop trying to confuse the situation. That's all I want to say on that. Why do we have to put 3 designs in the mix, 3 different shirts, 3? I don't know who's trying to confuse who. He has 3 shirts he loves hanging in the closet. It could be Star Wars, the Monkees, Halloween. Forget all that. Did he have on that night his Halloween shirt or his Star Wars shirt? That's all we need to know. That's it.
it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be. Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. You know, had the white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie. a long sleeve shirt. On the front of that shirt is probably one of three depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay.
So, Chris, I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing, and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of three?
I didn't say one of three. I said one of three depictions on a shirt.
Okay, so that's
So
three
there's
different shirts, right?
Say again. I'm sorry.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's three different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had three different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween
No,
on
ma'am.
it. One
No,
had
ma'am. What
Minecraft
I'm
on it.
telling
One
you,
had Star
no,
Wars.
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of three depictions. I didn't say he had three. I didn't say anything. I just said one.
okay.
Right.
Can
I'm just confused
second.
by how have you not been able to identify which of those three depictions is missing?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on
No,
your shirt?
but if I had
Okay,
to
then.
choose between
Right, but
three
wait a
of
minute, wait a minute.
them, if
But
I had
hold
to
on a
choose
minute.
between three of them, I could.
You're saying three of them, but I'm
Well,
telling
you
you,
listed three things. I'm just confused.
I listed what could possibly be on the shirt.
Okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here? Okay, so are you saying that all three of those shirts are not accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt? Does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Say it one more time. You broke up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that you don't remember what the depiction was? It was one of those three things, or are you saying there are three different shirts with those depictions and all three of those shirts are unaccounted for?
I'm not saying he had three shirts with three different depictions on them. That's not what I said. I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt, is what
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Okay, so
Sebastian's clothes mostly consist of, if it has a picture on it, one of the three things. Those are his three favorite things.
got it.
Okay,
Halloween,
so what you're saying is he has,
Minecraft.
multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars shirts, multiple Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just three of those shirts.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the three depictions on it. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not
Well,
telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So
I'm not
I know
trying
what
to
you're
be difficult.
asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
I know.
I understand that, but you're asking me if he had three different long sleeve shirts with three different depictions on it, and
No, I
I'm
think I
telling
understand
you,
what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were long sleeve and black. So you can't identify.
here, let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it. There
Okay.
you go.
And that obviously is what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you,
Yeah.
Gray, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning. When I started this, he was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet.
Shot. Jeez.
I asked, he knows I'm kidding him. And
Right.
I asked Chris, is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up? And Chris said yes. So Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, given the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone, we've messaged back and forth, but we talked for like an hour one time and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken, the flashlights,
Mhm.
exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented and all, and I kept sending him the map, and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people out there. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia, the two parents that were sitting there and they just didn't look quite right. And everybody blamed them for the abduction out of a tent. And it turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
I mean, there's just so many cases like this. And all I'm saying is when I've talked to Chris Proudfoot, I have never seen anything that he said in any of the interviews where I went, wow, this guy, wow, he must have something to do with it. I actually look at him and think, man, I would feel the same way if from day one, the entire community hated me and I never got the same love that Seth got.
But
Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
let me explain why. And I agree. I think that's exactly how you would sound, Gray. There's no question. But let me explain why. Okay. Again, social media is here to stay. We need to learn this. When anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting, it blows up like wildfire.
Mhm.
And you're asking public for help, but
Yes.
you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks, and that causes problems. I haven't
Well, for the
heard.
record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube
Nobody
expressing
expects that.
everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay. So
Absolutely.
with that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never.
So,
I would never
didn't say you.
expect you to come on.
But I
I'm
think
not saying you.
I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No,
into
that's not
existence.
true. That is not true. We are kicking people
I
out.
can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious and like,
Yeah,
oh,
Gray,
oh,
just
man.
close the chat. I'm not even
Yeah, like
looking
you,
at it.
Well, I'm
you
just
had
trying to be honest.
somebody in the chat that literally asked the question: was Katie arrested at 19 for an?
Okay. I literally said, they said I threw a wrench. I always throw a wrench in something. I literally said, and this is just my opinion, so y'all don't have to go on and throw the shade. I take accountability where accountability needs to be taken, in my opinion. I think they're one and the same. And I think, again, he don't like talking to men. Well, he talks to men off camera. He talks to men. Maybe he'll go on there. I think they're one and the same. That's why I have no business going over at their place. And I don't. That's just me, in my opinion. Web Sleuth kind of tells him why and explains why. I don't feel the need to explain shit like that to people, but she can. That's what she's doing, and that's her. But that's just me. And I'm not bashing. I'm just saying, stating facts. That's just me. He probably did. But anyway, also, I wanted to stop here. I didn't mean to interrupt Mr. Chris. I'll just tell y'all what he said. We'll go back to it in a few minutes. But he was saying, somebody in the audience is saying, was Katie arrested when she was 19? Well, what does that have to do with, what does that have to do with this? Well, I'll tell you. I think Web Sleuth is going to tell him. but I didn't get to listen to that part because this part and the end, I'm going to watch it just like y'all. And I didn't get to watch the rest because I really studied from the front, which we didn't start at, to all this to now. But I'll tell you what it has to do with it. Anything and anybody surrounding Sebastian, surrounding his parents, and in their life up until this point, and he got gone. I don't care who it was, who it is, unfortunately, has to do with looking into, and you better believe Ellie's doing it. And if we do it, that's just what we do. Unfortunately, yeah, we didn't know y'all before you came to the internet asking for help or not. And thank you, Prayer Garden. She said backgrounds have all to do with it. That's right. And if Katie was involved in hurting another child, her mother, oh my God, and anything like that, then it has to do a lot with, and it has to do everything with Sebastian. Like it, love it, hate it. That's the way it is. It don't matter if it's the yard person. It don't matter if it's the housekeepers. It don't matter if it's your lover from another mother's brother that gave you the dog and sold the t-shirt. It don't matter. And you better believe we're going to find it. It's the way it is. You brought it to us. Period. Now, Mike wanted to say something. Mike, would you like to still come up? I'm sorry. Mike said he wanted to talk about this. Okay, hold on a minute. I'll send Mike a link. Let me get this off here. I sure did. Absolutely, I did. Hey, Mike, you can put it back to your face if you don't mind. Thank you, honey. How are you doing? You can put it down if you want to.
How are you? Yeah. Good to see you. How's your day going?
Good. Mine's going good. How about yourself?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Good.
The weather's going, I'm in Virginia, so the weather's going up and down. It was like 50 something degrees yesterday. Now it's like 80 degrees today. It's like, come on already with my allergies.
Oh,
But,
wow.
yeah, Virginia has the craziest weather. But
we
this,
do.
this case, I mean, the way that he's speaking and the way that he's handling himself, it just, to me, reeks something he's hiding. Because when you're interrogated, or and there's a major thing happening in your life, you're trying to help everyone. You're like, what can I do? Your demeanor is different. Your mannerisms are different. But he's like rude. He's like rude to the people that are trying to help find this child.
Yes.
Which I think he's comparable. I think that he's trying to divert, because on a missing persons case, the parents can't sleep. They can't eat. They're a mess. They're a mess.
Yeah.
And he seems like, yeah, whatever. It's like, whoa. Which I think that makes him comparable. I think that he's involved, and I think they're onto him. And he's not being cooperative. He's not giving information. And everything he says doesn't make sense.
Right.
There's multiple clothes missing. That means the child was taken somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
The child was transported somewhere. Listen,
Yeah.
a special needs child is not going to walk 20, 30 miles. So in other words, when they do I told you the roundabout, the 5 mile radius with the hounds, they can find it. These are cadaver dogs. They will find somebody. They can sniff them out. But the kid is just gone. Poof. Disappeared.
Yeah. He would be on camera somewhere. Somewhere.
He was transported. He got into someone's vehicle and he was transported out of the area.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And that stepfather knows, but how do I say this? What in life, you judge everyone on their energy, right? Their energy tells you if they're a good person, if they're a bad person, or if they're up to something. Energy. And this guy's energy seems like he's just a lion sack. You know what? I mean, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, and here's the thing, like you don't just come on there raging mad about something, and you don't, like you said, people's trying to help you or whatever. You brought it here to us. You have to know there's going to be some criticism or people's going to pick you apart or whatever. You have to know that. But you cannot tell me that this man is not, we already know he's that controlling because he brought it here and he showed us. When somebody shows you who they are, that's who they are. But you know, like you said, in life, there's these things that you can put on the phone, and there's no doubt whether Katie knows it or not. I'm sure he's got stuff on her phone that's tracking her every move. And this is even before Sebastian got gone. I mean, I've seen it. It's like you put it on there and you can hear people's, I'm sure it's illegal, but you can hear your boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever's phone calls. You can, what did they do? Who did they text message? That might have a lot to do with why she don't communicate with Seth. I don't know. But I'm not saying it is or it isn't. There's things out there in case people don't know that. But as controlling as he is, you don't tell me he's working in Memphis and he don't know what goes on and what not goes on in his household. He's just too controlling of a person. And that's why he knows so much about what happened if he was not there. And I'll give him, okay, if you wasn't there, why does he know so much about what happened to Sebastian? I'm sure he knows. And so that makes him culpable.
Exactly. So he's a classic narcissist, sociopath. I mean, he's a class narcissist sociopath. And they deflect everything. And in other words, they can never be wrong. You know, I'll give you an example. I knew somebody who was working a case where there was a missing child and the parents, they couldn't eat. They couldn't sleep. They were calling the detective 15 times a day. Any news? Like you could tell if this person was dying. You know, they didn't have anything to do with it, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But his arrogance and his bravado, to me, seems like he's guilty. Or he knows information that he's not disclosing. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm seeing it from somebody else's point of view. And I'm not the only one here just crazy. But do you have a channel, Mike?
I do not.
Okay. So, yeah, we're absolutely just seeing it from an outsider then.
Yeah. And
yeah.
You work these cases, like if you work like a missing child case or a missing person case, even like a grandparent or a mother or someone has dementia or a child, but the children cases, they hurt the most because you don't know where they're at. You know, it's like they're defenseless. I'm not saying that someone older is not defenseless. Not what I'm trying to say, but they have more situational skills to be able to navigate through a situation. But a child, especially someone with development issues, you know, they're basically like a little kid.
Yeah.
And it's the hardest thing. But what I'm trying to say is the way that he carries himself in the questioning says to me, my opinion, allegedly, that he's guilty. That's just my opinion. Because if you question me, if my son is missing, right? I think I told you this. My son went missing for like 10 minutes in the mall one time. and I'm screaming and crying because I can't find my son. Imagine your son being missing for all this time, and you're like a jerk about it. It's like you never cared in the beginning. You never even cared, you know? So you seem comparable. Not him, not you, him. He seems like he was involved in the disappearance. Now, like I said, allegedly, we could be wrong. He could be a cold-hearted SOB. That just could be his demeanor. But in my experience, you know, working, it seems like he had a hand in it. It just seemed, that's just what it seems like to me. That's what I get from his energy. What do you
Yeah.
think?
Yeah. And now, would you go to work? And this is just a question, like 2 hours early? I mean,
No, never,
I mean,
never. 15 to 20 minutes, yeah. 15 to 20 minutes, yeah. But not 2 hours. Why would you go to work 2 hours early? Why?
yeah, I feel like that was very calculated. I don't understand why. You know,
Because you're hiding. Because you're hiding your train. You're hiding your whereabouts. In other words, what they say is that, so basically, if you do a crime, they say, well, was he there? Was he on site? You know, was he at the location? And if he's claiming that he was not there, then he tries to be, I wasn't there. I was at work. Why would you go to work 2 hours early when your work's not even open?
Yeah.
You're gonna sit in the parking lot for 2 hours? Doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah. That
He's-
don't make sense to me.
He's covering his tail. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's trying to make a false alibi. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought that from the very beginning. You know, I even thought with a 3-hour phone call. I mean, some people say, well, that's normal. We do. Okay, I'll give them that. So I kind of laid off that a little bit, but because they're going to find that. But to me, they knew that and they wanted them to find that because they wanted that to be their alibi. You can't be that stupid that you don't know that the phones are going to be traced. I don't know how they did it or whatever. But to me, from day one, that was their alibi. That was a alibi.
We used to say this. We say this all the time. We used to say the breadcrumb trail, right? So you lay a breadcrumb trail, and then they try to follow that trail, you know. But the truth is over here.
Yeah.
So a lot of times people will try to make a false narrative and make up this fake alibi. And I think that if you want my opinion, this is my opinion, allegedly, because I say allegedly, I think he's guilty as hell. I think his demeanor, the way he speaks to the investigators, the way he speaks to the lawyers, like anyone, if you're so let's just say that you're the investigator, right? Let's say you're the lawyer, you're the investigator, you're the DA, right? And my son is missing. I'm going to beg you. What can I do? Can I go out with you? You know, what I'm going to be disheveled. I'm going to be, you know, hyper. I'm going to be like, you know, what can I do? Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for helping me. Like, you can tell when there's love there, you know, when there's love and this guy's like a jerk.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, you know, you never loved that kid.
Yeah.
You never loved that kid.
Yeah.
And I have stepchildren. And I'm telling you right now that I raised, I would easily give my life for them. And these are my stepkids because I'm a good father. But this guy doesn't seem like a good father. He seems like a narcissist that basically, I don't know if the kid maybe was acting up, or I don't know, maybe the mom was showing the kid more love than the guy. I don't know. There's so many different factors that could have happened. But this guy definitely something snapped in his head, and the kid goes missing. And then having clothes missing is another red flag, because a child doesn't leave the house with no shoes on, but with 3 shirts.
Yeah.
Make that make sense.
It's just something. Yeah, it's something about this entirety that is crazy.
Yeah.
It's something people don't understand. And me being a mother of autism, I can say this. It like runners. Okay, are they runners or are they not? Everybody is not a runner. But here's the thing that you don't understand about kids with autism that are runners, if that made any sense. They don't run to run away like we understand kids that want to run away. They're not running to run away from home. Okay, so Mr. Chris can read up on all the books that he just pointed out a while ago. It was really him reading up on the books. I caught that. But anyway, you can read up on all you want. It don't make it right. But anyway, that's not what they're running from. Okay, so they may run a little bit, like, and get under the neighbor's car. And yes, Mr. Chris, you know that was true. That was in the police video dispatch call. But anyway, that's a fact, Mr. Chris. But they don't usually do that. They run to get their own space, go outside, ball up, whatever. He didn't run away from home. But like, let's say he did run away or whatever, walk away. He's not on camera anywhere. And if he did run away, my question is, what was he running from is what I want to know. His mother supposedly was the only one in the house with him. If by chance Mr. Chris was there, what was he so scared that he was running from?
Yeah. And that's perfectly said. So I think I told you this. I think I told you this a couple of days ago. You know, we have a very large search and rescue team in Virginia. I mean, this is an entire EMS search and rescue team. And so they can find people that are missing. They can. They have the hounds. They have all the detection devices. And they will find 99.9% of the people that have Alzheimer's. You know, like people that have Alzheimer's, or, you know, that wander off, or people that have autistic. And they find them. They find them very easily because they don't wander more than a mile. I mean, you can find them because they're not gonna just poof disappear. Yeah. But you know, you're right. I just think this entire thing screams of, you know, somebody, an acquaintance, had this child, this teenager, get into a vehicle and leave.
Yeah.
You know, so it doesn't seem like, and there are cases, if anyone's listening, there are cases that an autistic child or someone who has dementia or anything like that, Alzheimer's, they will walk out the house and they'll just start walking up and down the street. It happens. Mm-hmm. It happens all the time. But usually they're retrieved within a few hours or a day. Yeah. You know, but they're not going to just disappear. It's not going to happen. With surveillance now, with cameras, with Ring cameras, with, you know, detection dogs, with aerial freaking, thermal devices. But this kid literally just disappeared. Yeah. And the way that the stepfather is a stepfather, right? It's a stepfather, right?
Yeah, stepfather.
But the way his attitude is, how combative he is.
Yeah.
I can tell he never loved this kid. I can tell he never loved him. That's my opinion, allegedly.
Yeah.
He never loved him, and he couldn't give a gosh darn. He couldn't care.
Yeah.
I couldn't sleep. Yeah. I couldn't go to work. I couldn't sleep.
Yeah. And again, not all, and I've said this before, not all step parents are bad. I mean, you said, I mean, you're the living proof. I mean, and I don't know you. Yeah. I'm just saying, not all step parents are bad. I know people who are step parents and they love them so much like they are their own. Sometimes I wonder if it's more. I mean, it's just, they do. They absolutely do. And there's absolutely no difference. But see, with people like him, you can tell a difference.
Sure.
I mean, you can absolutely tell that difference.
You know, with when I married my ex-wife, you know, she had 3 children, and she was a couple years older than me. I was 23; she was a couple years older, and she had 3 children with one dad. She got married in high school, so it wasn't like she was, you know, a floozy or anything like that. But it didn't work out. He wasn't a good person. And then I met her, and I'm like, wow, this girl is beautiful, you know. But she has 3 children, right? And I'm like, you know what? They're my kids now. Yeah. I've always wanted to be a father. And then we had our son. 1 year later. Yeah. So I had 4 kids at 24. At 24 years old. Wow. But I love them to this day. We talk all the time. You know, we do Thanksgiving, we do Christmas, we do all these things together. Even though me and the mother aren't together anymore for many, many years, they're still my kids.
Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely.
and the love is there. The love is there. You know,
Yeah.
but it seems to me like this guy didn't love that boy. I just, that's my opinion, because if one of my kids, my blood son or my stepsons or stepdaughters went missing, I couldn't function. I
Yeah.
wouldn't even be able to function.
Yeah. I know.
I'd be a hot mess,
Right.
because that's love. That's love.
Right.
But
Exactly.
what it seems to me, like it seems like he don't really love that kid.
Yeah.
Whatever you tell me.
And they're saying, and Chris had 5 wives, and he is 40 or 40. Is he 40 or 43? Anyway, he's about 40. So he had 5 wives.
So that means he's a narcissist. So basically, if you have multiple wives like that at that age, you're a narcissist.
Yeah.
So in other words, you reel a woman in and you poop
Yeah.
on her, and then she leaves you, and then you go to another one.
Yeah.
You reel another woman in, and then you poop on her, and then she leaves you. You know,
Yeah.
I've only had one wife. I only had one wife my entire life. That's it.
Yeah.
I've been engaged twice, only been married once, and I'm
Yeah.
almost 50. I'm almost 50 years old. So.
Yeah.
You know, but the thing is that, you know, his actions and his behavior and his demeanor, the best way to explain it is this, everyone listening, his demeanor is messed up. Like it just seems like he has no caring at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody said, what does this mean? Let's see. Mike, what is TBI doing with this interview?
TBI? Are you talking about Tennessee Bureau of Investigations?
Yeah, I think that's what she means.
Well, TBI is actually a decent organization. GBI is good too, but I mean, they're looking into it. TBI it's funny because, and Florida has one too. Florida has, it's like state police. It's like regular police, state police, and an investigation service.
Mhm.
So but they have to work with different agencies to figure out, you know, who's taking this, who's taking that, you know, all this other stuff. So TBI, they're working on it. I know they're working on it. I know they're still investigating. They're still working on it. But everybody listening, you're not gonna have a ruling in a couple weeks. It may take 6 months because they're investigating everything.
Yeah, no
I mean-
stone. Yeah, no stone left unturned. I know they're looking at all these interviews. I know they're looking at everything, and it matters that all their words are changing, because everything has changed in every interview, and that's just hurting them, honestly.
Yeah, and it's very much like when a federal agency comes in, you know, and they have to make concrete evidence before they prosecute you, because they don't want to be sued in civil court. If they prosecute you and it's wrong, then you can hit them back. You know,
Yeah.
you can get a lawsuit. So, you know, TBI is the same way. GBI, TBI, I think it's what, Florida Bureau of FBI, Florida, I guess. But no, it's just they have, some states have these investigation services. So basically, you're a version of state police, but you're investigators. So
Yeah.
that's what these are. But no, TBI is actually very good. They're actually a good organization. I've met a few of them in the past, but they have to cross their T's and dot their I's before they actually charge somebody with something. And that's the biggest thing. The biggest problem is that you'll watch the news and you'll say, well, why isn't this person in jail yet? Because they're building a case, and it doesn't happen in a month or two. It could take 6 months to build a case. Go ahead.
It takes, I was going to say, it takes about, we're right at that 2-point mark where it's just now, they're probably just now getting all the phone records and all the, all that kind of stuff back. Because it takes a while to get all this.
So what they do as an investigator, so what you do is that you put pressure on both parties, and then someone will wiggle and someone will start feeling the heat. It's almost like rubbing your hands together where your hands get hot.
Yeah.
And then people start turning on each other. They start telling on each other. And it's an interrogation tactic. It's what we do. And so, you know, they're trying to figure out who's the weakest link in this entire investigation. So if they can get someone to turn state's evidence, then they're going to have a concrete case.
Absolutely.
But yeah, but this guy that when he was talking, I was listening to him talk. What a jerk! I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
if my kid was missing, and then someone's asking me a question, right? I'd be
Yeah.
like this: anything I can do to find him. I miss him. I love him. He never even said he loved him. He
Yeah.
never. I love my kids to the moon. To the moon.
Yeah.
He never even said he loved him. I'd say, I love my son. I miss you, son. I would make a proclamation to the camera. Son, I love you. I hope we can find you. But body language and speech patterns tell you where they're coming from. And that's simple psychology. This
Yeah.
guy is cold as a fish. He
Yeah.
don't care about the kid.
No.
He don't give a crap.
Yeah. I think I don't know if you heard my interview I did with him or not. And but then he was doing this and everybody was swearing it was the clap. And his wife jumped in and said, everybody said he's clapping. And I was like, what? I don't hear it. But I was hearing something. And I realized he was clapping like he was mad. And now you hear on this one too, that's what he's doing. He's clapping every time he says something. So what do you feel about, in your opinion, that like he gets angry and he claps?
So basically, there's two different ways to self-soothe. So you can self-soothe when you get back into a corner. You can hit your hands, or you can rub your ears,
Yeah.
or you can go like this. So he was self-soothing. In other words, he was getting worked up, and he was trying to soothe himself. And
Yeah.
you don't even notice you're doing it. It just happens automatically. But clapping your hands, it's almost like you're trying to justify your rage.
Right.
You're
Right.
trying to justify your rage. So, because if you talk to me, if you interrogate me, and I've done nothing wrong, I'll give you an example. In my 20s, I'll tell you a true story. In my 20s, there was a robbery, right?
Uh-huh.
And I just happened to be working for that company. So the detectives come in, and they interrogate everybody, right? Everybody.
Uh-huh.
And they're talking to me, and people were like, moving around. They're talking to me. I'm like this.
Yeah.
Because I have nothing to hide. That's what I'm trying to say. When you're when you're stoic, you have nothing to hide. If you
Yeah.
start moving around, you start being fidgety, your hands start moving, you start rubbing your feet together, you're hiding something. So him
Right.
hitting his hands, what I'm trying to say, the whole point is when he's hitting his hands, I think he's trying to show that he's hiding something. And of course, I was never charged with anything, but no, I just happened to work for a company that got broken into, and it was like 50 employees. I'm saying, but like, I was the most calm person because I have nothing to hide.
Yeah.
And but when you're fidgety, when you're banging your hands, when you're rubbing your ears, when you're rubbing your face, when you start cursing, when you start being disrespectful to the investigator, then you have you're diverting. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
Yep. And you never add, and take away if you're telling the truth. And they've done a lot of that too.
Yeah.
Get anxious and then you start adding stuff. And why add stuff? It's either the truth is the truth. It's the truth. You don't have
Yeah.
to do all that stuff. You don't have to. And nobody volunteers all that information.
Exactly. So when you're being interrogated, so I'll give interrogation one. When you're being interrogated, someone asks the officer or detective, whoever it is, asks you a question. You answer the question.
Mhm.
You don't add to it. You just answer the question
Yeah.
very calmly, and that's it.
Yeah.
And that's all. But when you start embellishing, you start adding to it, making a story, then something's not right there.
Yeah.
Hey, did you do this? I did not.
Yeah.
Okay. Or hey, did you do this? I did not because I was over here, and this is ridiculous, and this is nonsense, and this is now you're digging yourself in a hole.
Yeah.
And that's how this guy is. Someone will ask him a simple question, and then he starts going off and being rude and nasty and disrespectful. Well, that shows me that he's comparable. That shows me that he's hiding something. What do you think?
I think so too. I absolutely think so. And he's put himself in so many places. Like, I asked him when I actually asked this, I was asking for, do you think a burglar could have come in the window? And I said, but he talked too much. I said, do you think that the windows, were they secure? Either for either one of them. And he started this. The windows were secure, but if he would have went out the windows, he would have fell on the flowers. We would have heard him. Okay. We would have heard him. He put himself right there in the house, number one. I don't know if anybody caught it. I don't know if he was really in the house or not. But now you start adding all this, and then the internet goes wild. He was in the house. He put himself there. So I don't know. He just adds and causes himself more problems and just simple stuff like that.
Yeah. I think the truth will come out. I think it's going to take a little while. I think it's going to take a little while for everything to kind of come out. I don't know if they'll ever find him, young man. I don't know, because you never know if where this person is. Could be states away. You just don't know. And but I hope that they can go ahead. I hope that they can get to the bottom of it, because there's definitely so many inconsistencies to his story. And I hope that maybe he'll crack. Maybe he'll come to like a Jesus moment, as we would call it. Like basically want to confess. But you never know. But a narcissist will go to the grave not telling what happened. Like serial killers. They'll never admit that they did it. And it's one of those things. But that boy didn't walk. That boy did not get up, take 3 shirts with no shoes on, and leave. That didn't happen. That's bull crap. It's bull crap.
I agree.
That doesn't work that way. And I don't know. It's a very confusing case, and it's extremely interesting.
Yeah.
And in a bad way. It's not interesting in a good way. It's interesting in a bad way.
Yeah.
And but things like this teach us about our own humanity. And as a parent, you have to learn that there are bad people out there. You have to keep them away from your kids.
Absolutely.
Absolutely,
you do. It's a sad, sad world. It really is.
It really is.
Well, I'm glad you came up here and told me, about it, because it's nice to hear from other people, sometimes, and what they're thinking and stuff, because, hey, it's nice to hear from somebody that's not just a creator and stuff, because in my opinion, they always say, well, you're on this side and you're on that side. It's not just that. It's, other people's thinking that too. They're thinking the same thing.
And there's one thing called victimism. So basically, I'll give you an example. I remember being on a call one time, and I remember going somewhere, and it was a husband hitting his wife. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just giving you an example. And I separate him, and he hits her right in front of me. Okay. So now keep this in mind. I'm 24, 25 years old. I'm Italian. I'm from New York. And I don't like no one putting hands on a woman. I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that. Yo, I hit this guy. Pow! I mean, he went flying, and back then there's no body cams, you know what I'm saying? I mean, but he hit a woman right in front of me, and I can do that. It's called pain compliance. And then I go to handcuff him, and she starts punching me. He just punched her in the face.
Wow.
So victims get victimized. Is what I'm trying to say, And it's horrible, because people will like think that it's almost like acceptable. It's never acceptable to put your hands on anybody. Okay.
No.
If you got a problem with a man or a woman or a child, you get up and you walk out the house and you sit in your car, or you take a walk. You leave the house, because that's your loved one. You know what I'm saying? But I've seen this stuff firsthand. So with this kid, I think, and if you want my opinion, I think the kid having issues, the developmental issues. I think maybe he irritated the guy. Maybe he got on the guy's, and this is allegedly, maybe he would get on the guy's skin. Maybe he would irritate the guy. I'm just saying, because you could tell he's very short-tempered, right? He's not like a loving guy. Like me, if I had an autistic son, I'm going to love him no matter what. I'm going to have patience for him. I'm going to take my time for him. That's just me. That's my mentality. But it seems like he's very short-tempered. He's an a-hole. That's what it seems like to me. So I'm wondering if the kid pissed him off and something happened,
Yeah.
you know?
And I'm wondering too, because like even the Prophet Oz said, you have to go back like December, January, February. And then he keeps saying that CPS report wasn't them. Well, nobody can't get their hands on it. However, he told me on my interview, it was in those early months. And he told Nancy Grace, no, it was years ago. I don't think he can make a distinct between years and months ago. But the point of the matter is, I feel like that's also why he was not in that house, because and on the days or the weekends that his dad didn't have him, because he could not be in his own house. And I think that's another thing that he resented until this CPS case was resolved, whatever the reason or issues.
That's a great point. And that's a great lead in. So, it's like, so what happens is if you have a CPS call, they'll do a temporary order. It's not all the way, but it's a temporary order. In other words, they're going to have you leave until the court date, and then you go before the judge. So in other words, CPS can take your children from you. They can do that. I've had to unfortunately see that happen. It's horrible to take someone's child from them. But if the child is being abused, then it's a good thing. But what they do now is they do a temporary order where they will take the child out of the house until the court date. And if the judge says, okay, the child can go back, then they go back. So that might have been what was going on. It was a temporary order. And they can remove the child or they can remove the abuser, either the mother or the father. So he may have been removed temporarily until they reviewed the case. And the case could take a month or two to review the case, but it happens all the time.
Yeah,
it really does. And that's the hardest thing, is to break up the family. It sucks. It really does. But I mean, if it's for the benefit of the child or the mother or the father, because let me tell you something, and nothing against women. You're a woman. There are women that are abusive too. There are.
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen. Yeah.
Yeah. And
So it's not.
I said women are trifling. Hey, I got 4 boys, so I know, and I'm a woman, and I say respect, but I'm telling you what, women are trifling as heck.
Yeah. So there are.
They can be dirty.
And I think the biggest problem is, and what I've learned in psychology is that abuse, it trickles. Like if you're abused, you abuse someone else. Then they abuse someone else. They abuse someone else. But it takes a real human being to break the cycle, to break away from abuse, to be the better person. Mm-hmm. So if you're being abused, get help, but break away. Don't hurt. Just because you're hurting, don't hurt someone else.
Right.
And that's the hardest thing in life, is that to break a cycle. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be Dr. Phil, but I've seen so many people, be abused, then they abuse someone else. And I'm like, well, they're not strong enough or mentally strong enough to break that cycle, and that's a true testament, so I have the utmost respect for anyone that can break that abuse cycle. And I've seen horrible abuse. I've seen, just terrible stuff. Yeah. And it is what it is, but anybody who is going through anything like that, get help, seek counseling. I found God. That's just, I'm just saying that's me. I found God, and that's what saved my life, from perpetuating that violence. And I'm proud to say I've never put my hands on a woman. I've never hurt a child. I've never have, and it's, but a lot of people that have gone through abuse, they'll perpetuate the abuse. That's what I'm trying to say. And I think maybe this guy who did, we're talking about, maybe he was abused. Maybe he was abused. It's all speculation. Yeah. We don't know, but maybe he's just perpetuating his own violence. I don't know. But all I can say is this: when I listen to him talk, I don't believe a word he says.
Right.
I don't believe a word he says. I think this guy is evil. That's what I think. And you know what? I could be 100% wrong.
Yeah.
He might just be a jerk. I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
But everything in my heart is telling me that this guy is guilty as heck.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Go
And
ahead.
you have to go with your gut and your heart. I know when I did my interview that a lot of people at first, because a lot of people didn't know when he come out, they were like, I got a lot of flack for that at first. And I'm just like, you know, a lot of stuff I had to do what I did or say what I said, but I wasn't buying the bullshit. You know, I mean, I just, you know, I try to be respectful and let everybody say what they say. I'm not going to shut them up or whatever, but a lot of it I want. And then now people starting to see what he really, you know, really is or whatever. I just, you know, it just was what it was. And I you know, I don't know, man. I don't know. He's not telling us.
Have you ever taken psychology?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
It is fascinating. I'm talking about it is the way the mind works. Well, it's like the way the human mind works. Because in school I had a minor in psychology, right? Criminal justice and psychology, which ties in together. So in other words, it's the psychology of a criminal.
Mm-hmm.
And but the way the human mind works, it's so decisive. It almost like works against each other. Like your mind works against you. Like you get fixated on these fictitious thoughts, and you can't get out of your own way. We used to call it tanglefoot. In other words, you're tripping over your own feet. It's an analogy basically for you can't get out of your own way.
Yeah.
You know, it's an analogy. But I've seen people that were so talented that had everything in front of them, and they just couldn't get their mind right. They couldn't.
Yeah.
And I've seen people that were literally like had an IQ of 60 that were the sweetest people in the world.
Yeah.
So the way the mind works is fascinating. So if you want to, you might want to research like psychology and like the way the mind works. It's up to you. You do whatever you want.
Yeah,
but
it's fascinating.
Yeah. It's just everybody's different, you know. And I think it has to do with two things. I think it has to do with upbringing. In other words, you were indoctrinated with different morals, right? Like you have a moral system to where it sets you. It's almost like a ship going on a certain course, right? That's the best way to say it. But there's also IQ levels.
Yes.
So people with a higher IQ, they can figure out and can kind of like dissertate, you know, going through and getting help and then learning. In other words, higher IQ means you can learn easier. You can absorb more information. You can process things differently.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it's unfair that there's a lot of mental illness out there that people don't understand how to fix themselves, if that makes sense. And they get caught in that perpetual motion of basically just, you know, being homeless or, you know, just whatever, you know. But it's just like it's so fascinating, you know, the way the human mind works. And this ties into, and you're asking me where this is going, because like you're probably thinking, where is this going? It goes into crime. Why do people commit these crimes? Why do people are like this? Why do they act a certain way?
Right.
You know, so it really is fascinating because it's like, why are you like this? It's like I said to a girl one time, why are you like this? Why are you like this? And she had no answer.
Yeah.
Because they don't know. Because
Yeah.
they haven't researched themselves inside.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're fine. I was just saying, yep, that's, you know, that is the truth. And that's probably why I probably do need to read that, you know, and search myself. But yeah, the mind is a fascinating thing. It really is.
I have massive energy. It's wild. I just have mass. If you met me in person, like anybody who meets me in person, they're like, they gravitate towards me. They're like, hey, what's going on? They don't even know me. Yeah. I can strike up a conversation with anybody. I can laugh. It's never creepy. It's never weird, you know? And, but it's just like, there are certain people that are put on this earth that are bastions for light, if that makes sense. They're bastions for light. You know, in other words, they bring the good out of you. They bring the best out of you. And that's the people you want to surround yourself with. You want to surround yourself with the people that are going to bring the best version of you to come out. not judge
Absolutely.
you, but they'll check you. Like if somebody see if I love you or care about you and you're slipping, I'm gonna say something. Listen. In my opinion, you're messing up. Come on,
Yep.
pull your boots up, and that's what a friend or a family member does. But you can't put them down. You can't disrespect them because then they're gonna run from you.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But no, this. Sorry, I'll flip back because I can multitask. But this case, sorry, Burke, I had dinner earlier. But this case, it is very, very multifaceted, and I think that a lot of things are going to come out, and I think it's going to be a lot of bad things because whenever they say he's a teenager, right? But
Yeah.
he's really a child
Yeah.
because he's developmentally, less. So he has the mind of a child,
Yeah.
So, it's very sad. It's very, very sad. And I remember working with autistic kids and stuff like that, and children that have like Down syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
They don't see hate. They think everything is beautiful and the
Yes.
world is amazing. And you know what? I'm trying not to get emotional. I'm jealous of them because they see nothing but love.
Yeah.
They see nothing but love. They don't see hatred in anybody or anything. So anybody who can harm somebody like that, to me, is absolutely disgusting.
It
And
is.
that's, it's just, I mean, when you encounter someone with Downs or someone with autism that has a good heart, I mean, these are the most amazing people you ever met. I mean, they will literally sit there and talk to you and tell you they love you. I mean, it's something that you can't explain because I'll tell you why. Ignorance is bliss, right?
Yeah.
You're ignorant to the evil of the world because they have blinders on. They don't see the evil in the world. They see nothing but pure love for everybody. And I wish that everybody felt that way about each other. There'd be no war,
I do too. I had somebody call me yesterday. She may be in this audience. I don't know. I won't call her out or say her name. But she texted me. I was on another line or doing something. And I said, just a minute or whatever. And she's like, I want you to meet somebody. And I said, okay. And, just a minute. But I said, who? And she said, my son. And her son is autistic. Her son's autistic to the point, I guess she won't mind me saying, is, he's in a home or whatever, but she had him for herself. I hope it's okay to tell this. Anyway.
Yeah.
On a visit or whatever at her house. And it just made me think, and it made me cry. And he was sitting there, and I spoke with him. They're like, this is Smiley or whatever. And, he has problems with his words, you can tell, because everybody's not on the same on the spectrum or whatever. And, I talked with her because he was doing his own thing or whatever. And he was drinking his water. He could tell me that. And then, anyway, long story short, she was going to give him some Sprite, but he didn't want her to take that cup of Sprite. He was going to have one of his fits. I'm like, just let him have it or whatever. So that got by. And anyway, I told her, I was going to go and I said, let me see him again and say something to him. Because he was a little bit upset before that. And I'm like, over that Sprite. And I'm like, started singing to him. That's what friends are for. And he just laughed. And he was just so happy. And he was just whatever. But that just made my day. And she cried. And I was just as happy as I could be just meeting him through the phone or whatever. And he was and he's like, bye. And it just was what it was, And these people that get on here and they don't care and they make fun and they just lie and make up stuff. It's just something else.
Yeah.
It's just
like I said this earlier, the best way to explain how you can touch someone's heart is your energy. I said this earlier. And if you have an approachable energy, people will gravitate towards you.
Yeah.
And, you know, people that are special needs, you know, they know when someone's bad and when someone's good. And they will
Yes.
come up to you. They will actually come up to you. I've been in uniform before, and this kid hugged my leg. I'm like, yo, what?
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that.
Yeah, what the heck? You know, like, whoa, you know, but no, I could tell right away, you know. But and I sat and I talked to him, and I bought him a hot dog from 7-Eleven. We just had a conversation, you know, and it's just like, but it leaves a lasting memory. And it's like, life is too short to hate each other. And the problem I have on YouTube or any kind of social platform is that everyone is so busy hating each other and destroying each other. And they laugh like it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's not hilarious. You're going to have to answer to God.
Yeah.
This is my belief. You're going to have to answer to God when you're done, you know. So, you know, it is what it is. But no, you're right. And, you know, they're the sweetest people. You know, I can't really put it into words. It's like I've seen so many different people. And then they have something called St. Mary's, right? It's off of Princess Anne Road. It's in Virginia Beach. And it's for children that are handicapped. In other words, they're developmentally disabled, right?
Uh-huh.
And we volunteer there. But it's hard. It's hard because I say to God, you know, why? You know, why? And you don't get an answer. You don't get an answer. You know, so all you have to do is just help them and make them happy and make them smile and make them laugh. You know, but it's hard. It's hard to see injustices, you know, because these children are beautiful. They're just amazing people, you know, and it's not fair. You know, why am I completely normal? Why is this person not? You know, but the thing is that maybe it's our job to uplift them, not ask for them. Just make their life better, you know. But when you see them, I'm sorry to keep repeating myself.
No, you're
when you
fine.
see them, they're in total bliss. They're in bliss. Like they're the happiest I've ever seen. They don't have a care in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like, you know, they don't think about war. They don't think about, you know, racial profiling. They're just happy. They're just sitting there laughing and having a good time, you know, and so gives you a lot of comfort, you know, when you see somebody who is going through these issues, but they're happy. They're not complaining. They're not angry. They're just like, this is me, and I'm going through my life, you know. So it does give you comfort in that aspect, if that makes sense to you.
Oh, sorry, it does. I'm just gonna go down these a minute. So Andy said they said I got 10,000 subs now. Woo-hoo! Hold on, this calls for a smiley bell. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo, my smiley bell. Let's smile. Smile, smile, smile. Okay, I didn't think about it. Y'all are sitting up there in the corner. Thank you to everybody. I appreciate you. I didn't know that.
Do you do this a lot? I do this all the time. I always do the pray hands. I always do that.
Praying hands.
Yeah. But I got big hands too. I got big old hands.
I got fat hands. I got fat fingers.
Well, I'm 6 foot. I'm 6'3". I got big hands.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Misty said Chris needs to set his ass down and Katie needs to step up and talk for herself. Chris was not there, so why is he answering all questions? Katie, grow a pair and stop hiding behind Chris. Tell the truth. I agree. Thank you, Millie. Thank you. 10,000. Millie's been waiting on that. I didn't even know. Thank you. I appreciate everybody that's been supporting me in this channel. I really do. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for getting off topic. I just think that we have a good conversation. I think that it's great conversation. Yeah, great conversation.
You're good. I like these conversations. Let me get back over
We
here.
just need, the bottom line is this. The bottom line is we need to love each other. We need to love each other. We need to take care of our kids. We need to take care of each other, you know, and, you know, there's too much hatred in the world, you know, and that's the problem is that people are too busy hating instead of loving, you know, and loving is not a weird thing. It's just basically loving thy neighbor. I have this term. slap thy hater, love thy neighbor. In other words,
I like that.
yeah. In other words, get the
Thy
hate.
neighbor and love thy neighbor.
That's it. Get the hater away from you and love your neighbor. You know,
That's
so you got to get that negativity out your life. You know, that's the thing. You know,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
are you in Tennessee?
I'm from there originally. I'm in Florida now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
originally from there. Born and raised there. Let's see.
I,
No, go ahead.
I got family. I got family in Florida because we're all from New York. You can't tell because my accent's very Virginian because I've been in Virginia for 20 something years. But I grew up in Queens. I actually grew up. I can flip the accents. I can flip it to like this.
Yeah.
But it's funny because I have family down in Florida, and
Okay.
I'm most likely will end up down there. But my ex-wife, she was from Tennessee, and she was from Maryville, right outside Knoxville.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So,
Smoky
yeah.
Mountains. Yep.
Oh, yeah. It's beautiful there. It's beautiful.
Right by Gatlinburg.
Mm-hmm. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. It's gorgeous. We kayak down the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
I was scared poopless. I was like, yo, this is crazy. You're dropping off of rocks. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna die. It's like, yo.
Yeah.
Oh my. Yeah.
Have you ever been whitewater rafting?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Oh my God.
Imagine, and at the time, you know, I was like 240, 245. I came out of college. I was playing football. Yeah. Imagine this big guy like on a raft, like flopping around.
Oh Lord. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. And my wife, at the time, you know, she's like 5'4", like 110 pounds, and I'm like, yo, what the heck is going on? She's like flopping off the raft.
That was fun.
Oh my holy crap! No, Tennessee, Gatlinburg is amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
It really is. With the ski lifts, it's crazy. Yeah. It's wild, man. Then we went to Knoxville. We saw the University of Tennessee game because her parents were alums of Tennessee. So we got into like the backstage, or you can go where you go into the locker room and stuff. It was really cool. It was really cool. Yeah.
Oh.
I played football, but I played in New Jersey. I didn't play in Tennessee, but I played for Rutgers. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was really cool. I wore my jersey there. They're like, get out of here. It was so funny. Like, get that jersey off. No, I'm like, go ahead. Tennessee. I fell in love with Crystal Burgers. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah. Somebody else said that. I think it was Dolly when he went there. I was like, I could not believe that y'all didn't know about Crystals. So y'all don't have them in Virginia.
No. In New York, we have White Castle, right?
Yeah. See, I don't like White Castle. Believe that or not, they're kind of similar. I know, but I didn't like White Castle.
Crystal is way better.
Yeah,
way better. So, so we're in Maryville, right? And we're up on the hill, right? Because they're developers, so they build houses, so they got money. Yeah. And we're in a big old house. So I come down the hill, and there's a Crystal right down here off the highway. And I'm like, and I eat one. I'm like, I'll take 10 more. I just kept eating them. I was like,
I love them.
Yeah.
Look
I
here
pour them up.
They said, if the world was full of men like Mike and women like Smiley, then this world would be a better place, of course, in my opinion.
I had my New York accent, right? So I'm in there going, yo, this is slamming. You know, I didn't even know because I had a New York accent back then, right? And I'm like, yo, this is slamming. They're like, he goes, where are you from, boy? I said, I'm from Queens, but I live in Virginia Beach. He goes, all right, well, I guess you're okay. Oh, thank you. It was funny. It was so funny. Because, you could tell he was real country. You know what I'm saying? He was real country. But, it was funny. Yeah, he was a sweetheart though. It was all good. It was all good. He's like, "Where are you?" He goes, "Where are you from, boy?"
Yeah, that would be hilarious. Oh my God.
This
Oh my
guy asked me, when I I was up there, right? And I'm at I'm at the game, and the guy goes to me. This one guy goes to me, and when you go to a Tennessee game, it's orange everywhere. It's just orange. It's all University of Tennessee. Here's this one guy with a Rutgers jersey on. I could have got beat up, but the guy says to me, he goes, "Let me ask you a question." I'm like, "Yes, sir." 'Cause I always say yes, sir. If someone's older than me, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Where are you? What are you? I said, "Well, I'm from New York." He goes, "Are you some kind of Spaniard?" I said, "No, I'm Italian." He goes, "Same thing." I was like, "Well, sir, have a great day." Salute. But it was funny meeting a diehard redneck, back in 98. It was funny. It was funny. I didn't take offense to it. But he goes, "Are you a Spaniard?" Like I have a Conquistador helmet on. Like I just came off a ship, like what are you what are you talking about? It was funny though. It's culture shock. It's culture. And when back then I was super handsome back then. So I probably could have stole his wife from me. But it's all good.
You're okay now. You're super handsome now. Maybe
Oh,
you're
thank you.
super
No,
handsome back then.
you had in my 20s. Oh my God. I mean, whew. I mean, I had it going on, but no. And you're a beautiful lady as well.
You gonna be no narcissist like Chris? We just say you super.
No. In my 20s, when I was young, I was younger. Yeah. Because I played sports. I came out of college. I played football. I'm, whatever. But it's just you get a little bit older. You slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
But no, I remember myself in my 20s. It was a crazy time. But I wish that I would have had my maturity and knowledge that I have now with my looks then.
Lord,
I'd probably be the president. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's I'd be balling, as they would say. But no, it's all good. It's all good.
Well, it's all good and smiley said. Let's go ahead and watch some more of this. You want to stay up here while I watch some more of it?
Of course. Sorry to derail you. Sorry.
No, you're fine, honey. We good over here. Let's see. I hear we're rattling some cages with Mr. Proud Feet. So hold on just a minute. Hold on a minute.
Yeah. I'm fun to have on.
I gotta go and then come back so I can turn it on. Just stay right where you're at.
For an incident. I'm sorry, but once again, this goes right back to none of that has anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Greg.
I'm just trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling, and I know out there they go, "Oh, look at he's soothing Chris's ego." I listen. I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with. I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows, and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal. But everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single.
Well, let me tell you what happened. I can explain. Now. Let me tell you, Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset. It got people.
Right. Let's clear that real quick. Okay. That needs to be cleared up because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
I heard you say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No. You wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer. Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my
Okay.
mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's
Right.
not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay.
Circles, going in
So,
circles.
the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
Yes, you did.
like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of
So let's
asking
clear it
more
up.
clarification,
Let's clear it
that
up.
should have been. So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble. And then
What-
she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when
Well,
it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And
Yes,
it's
because
because he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
yes,
So-
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happens. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
So we
guess
have a
what?
difference
That's
of
the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Uh-oh, sorry. Well, I'm trying to get it. Hold on a minute. Trying to get it stopped. Hold on. There it is. So what do you think? Do you think so do you think hold on a minute.
Do I think he's guilty?
Yeah. No.
Well,
Chris,
but-
okay, they're saying Chris didn't want
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. There you go. He didn't want him in the house. Did you, Chris? That's right. He didn't want him in the house, in my opinion. What do you think?
So in simple interrogation, so if you're interrogating somebody, in other words, whether a reporter or a police officer or even a family member, when you ask a question and someone else diverts to another question, they're hiding the truth. In other words, if you asked me right now, how old am I? Right? I'll say, okay, I'm 48. I'm not going to say, well, how old are you? I mean, it's a way to divert the truth. And him reversing everything shows me that he's very, very guilty. But yeah, I don't think he liked the kid. I think he wanted the kid out. I think, I said this earlier tonight or today, he was like a nuisance to him, not to anyone else, but he was like a nuisance. And he was looking for any reason to get rid of him. You know, in other words, okay, I got to take care of this kid that has issues. This is me speaking as him, not me.
Yeah.
Oh, this kid's got issues. I'm going to have to do all this extra work. I'm going to have to whatever. Oh, gosh, dude, you love who you love. I mean, if you take on a family, you take on the responsibility to raise that child to the best you can. It seems like he was irritated with the child. In other words, he didn't like the child. He didn't want the child. He wanted the child out of the house, like you said. But I don't see any kind of love there. I don't see any kind of connection. What do you think?
But do you think, okay, so, and then you think Sebastian went to the school, they had to have a reason to come to that house, right? There had to be a reason besides just like Sebastian taking his word for it, correct?
Yeah. So you'd have to have any kind of evidence. In other words, marks, bruises, you know, allegations of abuse. You know, you can in a sense say, you know, hey, my dad is hitting me or whatever, and then they will come and they'll check on it. But usually, if there's bruises on the body, then they're going to come in full force. They're going to come in because bruises are what they look for. And then this is the thing: you can get bruised by playing basketball or playing football, right? But there's certain bruises that leave finger marks. There's certain fractures that are from physical abuse, not just playing sports. Now, when I played sports, I'd get bruises all the time, but it was from playing basketball, playing football. But I'm wondering if he had. I heard something that he had bruises. Did you hear anything about that?
I heard that he had a low iron, and so he bruised easy.
Yeah.
So that's possible. But if they know that.
Yeah.
Hey, Clue. Hey, Looney Clue. Hold on a minute. Hey, Looney fucking Clue. Spin on that, will you, you fat hog?
And I understand if you have bruises, if you play sports, if you're playing sports and you have bruises, it's understandable. But he didn't play any sports. Why would he have bruises? Why?
Yeah.
Someone was putting their hands on him. You know, when I played football, I would come home with like bruises like all over my body, but they weren't finger bruises. In other words, I'll explain to you. If you have a bruise, you have a blood broken vessel, you have a bruise. But if they are in the shape of fingers and hands, then it's someone putting their hands on you. So it's a different kind of bruising. So I'm wondering what kind of bruising that he had. I'm just wondering.
Yeah. I think they can tell a difference, though. I honestly do think they can tell a difference.
Very easily. A doctor can tell right away. They can tell right away.
Yeah.
You know? The pressure of where the bruise is and things like that. Like I got hit one time and I fractured a rib. It sucked. It was horrible. But it was from football. It wasn't, but no one hit me, you know, but they can.
Uh-oh, what happened? Okay. I don't know where Mike went. Okay, let's just continue to play this. I don't know where Mike went.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my again.
Well,
that is
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
so by definition,
that's weird.
that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have to back it up and say, what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing, you're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that. Let's,
So we
and that,
just did.
okay.
Hmm.
If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And a
No,
lot
that's not. No. Nope.
okay, that's what I heard. What did you
She
say?
asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm
Okay.
not going to answer you with
I can
something
pull up
without
the
having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay, now Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before. And I think that's why, and Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right, because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't, and then once again, that's the difference.
But how about
I
just
will-
saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you, thank you, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
Yeah. I think when his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but like, you know, he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were. And yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show, because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people
Which
angry.
interview? Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard. With
Okay.
I can't remember.
Smiley stories. I can
Yes,
try to
yes.
pull up a transcript at some point.
yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes,
That one.
Okay.
but
Yeah, but
once
I mean,
again,
but here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at
There you
when I
go.
was growing up. I just want to say this: when I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she's the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things
Well,
have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But
thank
it's
you.
like,
Yes,
but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families, as long, you know, if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, you know, like creating the bruises like Chris was saying. It's just sort of I mean, I think it's sort of normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some people, but I think I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were off, you know, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. It'd be like 50-50 on whether or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Spanking
mean, I think that's a little bit anecdotal.
but once again,
Could we talk about the thud that Katie heard?
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about the thud. And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot, and I didn't.
About spelling.
So I
I'm not the
apologize.
world's best speller either. So
So I do apologize for that, sir. Yeah.
I put proud food one time when I wrote it.
yeah.
So that's,
Oh, I've been called Bradford, Proud Food, Brownfoot, all kinds
I'm
of stuff.
so sorry.
Really,
I thought I
it
put
don't
Proudfoot.
matter.
Let's
No,
talk about the thud. I want to know about that. Chris, please tell us.
Okay, what do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
Did she want to come on?
No.
Okay,
ain't
that's
going
fine.
that route.
Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Because it's like this, people, it's enough as it is. I'm not putting her through this.
Oh,
And I'm
that's
sure that
fine.
right there is going to cause a big stir and say, well, I'm controlling. No, I'm not controlling. I'm a husband who protects his wife.
Well, you will only get polite
But
questions here.
Let's go back to the Sebastian deal.
Okay.
Okay. Katie reported she heard a thud. And that's it.
But didn't
So
she
knock her
ask?
off and
So
go to
I've
bed.
I've seen different reports of she heard a thud. She said, "I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed." I've seen other reports that Sebastian responded back to her. If he did respond back to her, do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean,
No, I mean, we're clearing things up.
right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up. You know?
There was a noise. Katie heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered.
Okay. And see, people out there, they want to help. And it feels like that you just are like, that pissed you off that we even asked that. You know, and
What pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him what, he responded back and moving on.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
I mean, Katie gave details, but
Well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details publicly.
That is fine.
Okay.
Katie can give you that. I am not giving you that information. I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
Has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
no, I'm glad
I'm going to answer it.
That's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help because I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
it's a bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
And so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I will tell you that's public.
Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me good? Can you hear me real good? Hold on. Can you hear me real good? Like real good? Like, ooh, can you hear me real good? Give me a 1 if you can hear me real good. Because I got a public service announcement. Loud and clear. Listen, I don't go to these channels, but I've been informed that Miss Looney Benz is streaming me hello and cussing me while she's screaming me. Now, I'm tired of your fat pig hog ass. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't strike motherfuckers. You can ask anybody on here. Anybody. I don't care what genre they come from. I don't care who they are, where they are, and where they come from. As soon as I get off of here, you better take your shit down, bitch, because I'm going to strike the fuck out of you. Like a snake, motherfucking bitch. I'm striking you loud and clear. I hope you can hear through this computer. Now let's carry on. Because Smiley ain't taking this shit no more, especially from somebody like you. I'm for these kids and I'm for these victims. Period. End of the story. And I ain't taking that. That's right. You got that? You got it? Because you need to get it. Get it, get it, get it, girl.
Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision.
Y'all don't be putting no names in
Right.
here. I ain't about to be putting no names in here. Do not.
Is there a possibility
We ain't here to boost
that some
people
cameras
like that.
may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because how dark it is? Yes.
That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right. So I mean,
Because-
Well, he even told me, I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
correct.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
there,
so
there you
this-
go.
yeah.
That makes perfect sense then. Because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark.
And I know, and it's hard for it, trust me, for everyone out there that, you know, cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality as, you know, I mean, the stuff that you see on TV and, you see a demo of a camera in a store. It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So, you know,
Okay, so it was so dark that it is logical to conclude that the cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up. And that's something that is logical that people can accept. Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off? Has he ever had bad nightmares?
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, look, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been, but that's been his whole life. That's not just been like a segment. I'm pretty sure, I believe Seth has even mentioned this before as well. I mean, the only time, like, I've seen a couple times where he slept really well, but I mean, that's when after a hard day of playing, if he's helped with outside work, but for the most part, he's had issues sleeping.
That's a big help in understanding this. Has he ever done anything like hid under a neighbor's car or anything like that?
Well, I'm going to say we have never seen anything like that. There's been somebody that has said something to that effect, but I'm not going to sit here and say for a fact, yes, he has.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't have an answer for that.
I got a question. I got one for you. Would you think it's possible that he could have left in the evenings on other nights, like at 1 a.m, and came back through the front door and nobody would have known? Like on other, like let's say a dry run, for example, like he got up in the middle of the night at 1, went out the front door and then came back in and nobody would have known, right? Because you don't have a camera and he knows.
Not that I'm aware of, not that Katie is aware of. I mean, I will say this, and this is for the record. I'm not going to tell you what he does and doesn't do at his father's house. Those are two separate households.
Okay.
You know, Sebastian is one way at our house. He's a different way at his father's house.
Okay.
That is something that we've all had mutual respect on, all the parents together.
Can you answer, was he planning to go live with Seth?
Yes.
Okay. And was he excited about it?
No.
Okay.
At one point he was, but no.
Do you know why he changed, why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he will be doing online schooling vice in-person school.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
That's personal matters in my
Okay.
family that will not be discussed with anybody.
Understood. And I respect that. Thank you. He was on medication. Did he get his medication changed recently?
When you say recently, can you define recently?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe within the last few months. I'm trying to think of something that maybe would have changed his behavior for some reason.
It's really hard to say yes or no to that, just
Mhm.
because he goes and sees his doctors, and then in there they will talk about his medication and things if they want to change or if it needs to change.
Right.
But I mean, as far as I know, I'm not, I didn't see any difference, but
And is it, and again, this is just something that people want to know.
Mhm.
Is it common for you and Katie to talk as long as you did that night?
sure.
Okay. Seth is here. I've asked him to join us. Insightful One, if Seth jumps on, can you please put him on the screen, because I can't because of my computer.
Right.
Okay, so this is where Seth comes up. And this is where Seth comes up. And so we're going to do fair use on this and listen to this. Because, again, I didn't get to hear this part. And so we're just going to go over this with the copyright and all that stuff. And thank you for that. And commentary on that. The allowance made on that 1976 allowance, which is made for fair use purposes such as criticism, commenting, news reporting, teaching, and scholarship research. I think this is important in the Sebastian Rogers case. Again, he's 15 years old, white male, brown hair, brown eyes, 5'5", 120 pounds. He is still missing from Sumner County, Tennessee, and the Amber Alert was issued on him on behalf of Sumner County Sheriff's Office. And if you have any information on him, they are in charge working with TBI and all the other sources. But if you have any information, please call Sumner County at 615-451-3838 or TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. So let's carry on with this. And I thank Web Sleuth for putting this up. And she was talking to the private eyes, Chloe and Heather of Seth. And she also then did not know it. She was surprised. He likes to surprise people. Chris Proudfoot come up, and then Gray Hughes come up, and then now Seth is coming up. So let's see what happens here. And go sub up to Web Sleuth's channel and all those things. We'll drop her channel in the link as well. Give her credit. She gets full credit for all of this here. Okay, so hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. I got to go back.
I got it.
Thank you.
Have you guys
Eric-
seen the dog scent track? That because you actually showed it to me, right? Remember on the map, Chris? I don't know if you're interested in. It was kind of an interesting route up a street.
Well, and are you referring to the day 1 through 4 dog tracks? Because some of those are.
Well, he had like a dog scent outside the front door and
Yeah.
sort of around by where the fixed light was on the flashlight, and then north, and then around to like a retention pond, something like that. Just short of it.
Stacy, I believe Seth is here.
I got it.
Seth, I am so glad that you are here, my dear. Thank you very much. Seth, what would you like
And
to say
Seth,
now?
in my opinion, of course, he's been out there searching. He
Yeah,
does
a few
look like he's
questions to
lost a
ask
lot of
Chris.
weight to me
Okay.
since it started.
Can you hear me?
You can,
Oh, I
yes,
can
he can
hear
hear you.
Hey, Chris. So why
Yeah.
is it that you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email?
Say it. All right. Say it one more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
Because I didn't see the information what you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it. So that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. If we're going to work together, more than a week communication between the
Seth?
people that I'm sending stuff to you and Katie.
Okay, so hear me out.
Drop in
I
with
told you.
Sebastian.
I told
Okay,
you.
okay.
I told
Let's
you,
not come
Seth,
into
that we will
hot,
work
okay?
together.
All right.
I explained to you that I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it? I hope.
Oh,
Seth?
is Seth gone? It looked like he
Uh-oh. I think, wait, is this Seth?
He'll be back, y'all.
Did Seth jump off?
Hey,
Let's see.
Judy.
We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about
It
I'll,
looks like he fell
I'll
off.
get off the panel. I'm sure that'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just wanted,
Oh, stop it.
I just wanted to say that
Poor me. Everybody,
You know,
why is
I
everybody so
understand
poor me?
what I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now I know you're saying because of this and because of that, but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad, and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe, and that's probably why Katie went to be with him, because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself, given these lunatics like JLR and et cetera running around, chanting and screaming. It's insane.
Oh, I agree. It's horrible.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
that's
it should not be that way.
That's just kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate communicating with him. We've had nothing but good conversations, and that's it. I mean, that's all I can do. And I've never seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's, it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I've watched the same things you guys have. But anyways, yeah, see you later, guys out there.
Okay. See ya.
Take care, Gray.
Bye, Gray.
Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks.
I do know, I think up in his area, he doesn't have like the greatest signal, because a lot of times when we talk,
Oh my
his
God.
You know what?
Hold on a
he
minute.
will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call?
This just dawned on me. Now he knows all about Seth and Seth's area and what goes on at Seth's house now. Are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me? I'm just wondering. Are we at that point now? He's controlling all that too? Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. This is Web Sleuth. All credit goes to Web Sleuth. Y'all go over and sign up to Web Sleuth. We are doing this under the Fair Use Act, and we are commentating and learning together. Hey, Jesse. Yeah, they're just alike. That's my opinion. That's why they get along so well. Yeah, that's just my opinion. I'm sorry, I can have my opinion. He wasn't too nice, I hear, to me, so I don't have to be nice to him. Actually, I am pretty nice. I just said they're just alike. That's all I've said. Okay, so hold on a minute. We'll go back.
To call me rather than go on the internet, just call me on the phone, and I can put him on, and it'll be a really strong signal. I mean, it'll sound really good.
Well, I think it's just like his cell signal up there is not the greatest.
Oh, it's his cell. Okay.
Oh, he knows.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me.
Heather, if you want to give him my number, and Chloe has it. Feel free, and he can, if it's better for him to call
Hey,
me rather
Angel.
than
Oh,
jump on
God, I
the-
love you, my girl.
Okay, we can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about other creators in chat, so let's not do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Agree.
yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to give them any.
Right. So
Your
let's get to our next question.
Okay. Next question. Let me take a look at my notes. Yeah, because I just wrote some things down. Have you had? And I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris. My mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Yes, I
And-
sure have.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So, there anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been
Okay.
involved in this search.
Mhm.
Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent and takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate, because
Sure.
honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around my house, around the
Mhm.
neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there, and yeah, so they did. You're saying they did hit, and they all went to that pond.
No, I
No?
didn't say all of that. I just
God,
told
I'm
you.
about to get choked.
I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house.
Mm-hmm.
I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
Who's
I'm
it
not
all?
going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case.
Oh my
3
God, this
dogs
is Crystal one more
went on the
time.
same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts
They did.
of every,
They
like
did
where
search
these
the
caves
caves.
were.
I know that. I know people who were there.
I
They
don't
did search the caves.
believe,
Spit it out,
and I'm not
Chris.
telling
Just
you
spit it
by the
out.
gospel,
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter.
Lord have mercy.
Okay.
The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed. We don't believe they had anything to it.
I know he has
Got
to
it.
complicate everything.
Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. Mm-mm-mm. So people have been asking, and I don't mean to sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're
Yes, we
asking.
are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this.
No, we're
Mhm.
not.
It's
Of
real
course we're
simple.
not.
We, all 3 parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search, that we needed to be available to talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatened death threats, by the way, to us. You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there
No,
putting
you're
up
not.
flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
And hold on before he answers that. Just hold your horses before he answers that. Chris, I'm still waiting on you after our interview, exactly the moment we hung up from our interview. When you said about them signs, anybody that wants them, yada, 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 yada. And I told you I would immediately contact you. And I tried to, I got proof on my phone, hurry up, message you, and you got it. And I told you I would buy some of those signs. I would have them shipped here. Whatever in the hell, hello that I had to do, whatever you want to say. And you've yet to this day got back. Oh, I knew everything blew up after the interview. I didn't know that was going to happen, and I'm sure you wasn't prepared for that either, honey. But again, there's things where people showed, and there ain't. Where's the signs at? I'm just saying. I'm still waiting on mine. Hell, you ought to send me one, shipping and all, for sitting with you for 3 hours. Where? What are you doing? What are you doing? There ain't no police going to tell me to just sit tight. And you're worried about the death threats? You're a big old boy now that I saw you. You're a big old boy. What you scared of, Chris? I don't know. Then again, he was scared of Nancy Grace. Just saying.
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone, I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please, go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find somebody.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me,
Okay, well,
we're going to review it, and then we're going to send it to
I'm
law
going to interrupt you,
enforcement.
Chris.
Let law enforcement go that route,
The
and then when law
spokesperson
enforcement comes,
for us doesn't
Hold on.
need to be on your property.
Hold
see,
on,
this
Chris.
is
Chris, hold on one second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
But
Chris.
yeah,
You're
you
correct.
have
You are
spoken
very correct.
to him
I have spoken to him,
when
and I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep, And unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I
When did
can
you speak
as
with
I
him,
can
Chris?
when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What has that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talk with law enforcement. We'll get back to him and we'll let him know our decision.
So
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very
I am too. So please just get to
Hold
it.
on there,
Okay.
Kat.
No,
So
you're
we
up
would
there.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. You know, we've heard from others who are, you know, not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal.
What do you eat?
I
What do you
mean,
eat?
everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show
bet he
any
knows
negative signs of
What
he's
Sebastian
upset or
hates
anything
and
like that.
down to
As
the
far as we all
last
know,
drop
Sebastian had a
of
great day.
crumb cornbread that came.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they
want
did
a
a
big
lot.
bit.
I was just curious. And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think that
for
has,
the
I mean,
record,
I think that has
but
been a
for the
little bit
record,
difficult.
but right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses,
Yep.
and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
Yeah,
But
they
she
were.
spoke without
What do you
me.
call that? Pre-arranged.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative.
Oh, I don't know if
It
y'all heard
could
this or not.
mean he ran away.
He
And
said-
that is,
He said he
Chris,
wasn't
did you
happy
not
about
say
going to
that
live with
he
his
was
dad.
not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will I will
And how
be glad
that
to
was
elaborate.
going to become a question.
Hold on, Chris, hold on. I'm sorry, Seth, start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was
So-
going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online, right? Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said
Three-part
homeschool.
school.
Right. Online
Yeah.
school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, it just, I don't know, was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay. Go
'Cause
ahead.
we
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school.
Online
Seth
school.
was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But
Okay.
I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand
It's
that
not
this
tit for
may
tat.
be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat
Now,
on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay. Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoke.
Well, that right
After
there's a
the
conversation
and me
you
and
should have
Chris,
had with
we had
Katie and
already
myself
spoke.
about what your plans were.
I'm sorry. Do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have that same conversation with me and Katie. And that didn't happen. But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure. We'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business.
Yes, it is.
If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's
Right.
why I asked
Let's
about
look
his
at
day
Chris-
because I
Let's
didn't
go back to
know.
the day.
That's why we're
Okay, go ahead.
trying to
No,
figure it
okay.
out.
So, Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris?
All right, so one more time, I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while. If this wasn't a normal day for him,
And he's making himself
would
look
this
like
have
a
been an
suspect, in my
overstimulating
opinion.
day for him?
Mm,
Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend? Or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
if it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not.
just
I'm
asking,
making
I
a
mean, is
statement.
this a normal day for them on a weekend?
It very
For them to do all
our
of this?
days.
Now look, Mr. Proud Feet. You too damn proud to answer that question That's very suspect to me. Exactly. Red flag, red flag, red flag. Cut the bullshit. Just simply cut it, man. There's nothing wrong with a mother bonding with her son. Hell. You know, like I asked on my interview, you was sitting right there, sir. Mr. Chris probably had her in hand chains. I said, when do you, Miss KK, get to spend time with your son? I mean, after all, when you're at work, he's at school. When he's home, you're still at work, hadn't got home yet. He's doing all the dang cleaning and chores and homework, taking care of the dogs and the hundreds of snakes y'all got and all the things. I don't know about the supper and all this. If you come in and cook, you ain't got time to spend with him. And then, lady, you choose to spend 3 hours because you say it's normal activities for you to sit on the phone with your husband 3.5 hours away. Again, I don't know when all of the bath times come in. I hear you get your bubble baths at least. So that takes more time away. The cooking, the washing dishes, putting them up. So when did you actually spend time with your son? But you said you did in my interview again. Maybe I need to run that back a little bit. So hell, it may be normal for her Sunday to go to all of these places and overexhaust her autistic son and spend all this bukus of money, even though it's, Chris said it didn't grow on trees, but we know they got it. But I highly doubt it. In my opinion, I doubt it. Now, mother bonding don't have to be about money. They don't have to go to the bowling alleys and get a damn strike. They don't have to go to BJ's. They don't have to go here, there, or anywhere. They could simply, I don't care if he's 15. I don't care if he's autism. I don't care if he has autism or not. I don't care if he's a tough boy and loves skateboards. Get him a skateboard and go to the skateboard park. Everybody's got one. Hey, go to the park and watch him climb a tree. Make a picnic out of your Susie Homemaker Hendersonville home, $500,000 home, and chop up some sandwiches and some strawberries and grapes and go spread out a blanket and have some tea. I don't fucking know. Spend some time like that. Take some music and blare Eye of the Tiger. That's what he likes. Something ain't right about this day, in my opinion. Cut the bullshit, Katie. Where in the hell is Sebastian? None of this makes any sense. It does not make no sense. For God's sakes, I just got Donald Trump is running against Joe Biden. How in the hell's... Just don't even get me started on that. 1 foot in the grave and oh, Lord have mercy. All right, let's go. Let's go.
Our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things. And a lot of times that's where, you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time
That's a
at
good
the
question.
ballpark. When Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well.
Boom, chickalaka.
I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And
You
I'm
know,
not
I
saying
mean,
any
so
of that
you,
is
you gotta,
suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
no, he was
Okay.
not overstimulated.
Okay. So that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table. Period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you
So
every
there's a
single day in and
possibility
day
that
out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? But well, we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
There's a rumor out there, Chris,
That
that your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, you know darn good and well, you got a question about my
I'm just
mother.
asking.
You pick up the
Did they
phone
take you
and you
somewhere
call.
to like a boot camp or anything like that? And Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think
Hold
Seth's
on.
being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to
No,
answer any
Chris, I'm
questions.
asking you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple,
Just
Seth.
asking to put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth
haven't.
on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room
No, I
with all
haven't.
the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room
Wait a
with
minute.
law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just, Chris,
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them,
all over
guess
the
what?
internet. Let's watch it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out. And I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, the statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
He said
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
And you should, Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People
all
are
right,
talking
enough.
over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Warsham's, and him getting
Okay, so here's the
Chris,
answer. The
unfortunately,
final answer to
it's
this.
not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken
yeah.
about this.
Okay,
right.
ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone.
that's fine.
Hell, I'll do you one better, and
Right.
I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I would
Well, then guess what?
the situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
I
So
agree.
explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I
Yeah.
said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things
It's a
because in
rumor.
turn, dispelling these things will
You're
take
so full of
some of
shit.
the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit that's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly, but I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
And I
And-
know you are frustrated.
You have
Okay. Now, I think this is a good place to take a little minute here. Y'all see why we've been on here so long? Well, y'all see why it took me so long to go through the first half, and I didn't even go through her whole video. We still got more, but hey, I'm willing to sit on here. I'm liable. I'm willing to. I think this is the longest video I've ever did. But yeah, let's just grab y'all something to drink, and if you want to go smoke, whatever you want to do. But yeah, a little breather, honey. Listen, because I listened to the first part. So y'all go. Of course, I didn't play that. Y'all can go back and listen to her and all that. We're gonna finish listening to this though, because this is the first time I'm hearing this, and boy, did it get interesting. Yes, what about that, honey? Thank you, all of my subscribers. And I hadn't even actually got to go lay my eyes on it. Y'all are just telling me this through the thing. Thank you, all of my beautiful people. I love you so much. I love you so much. I love all of you. Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, deep breath. Because I think somebody's fixing to blow a gasket. Y'all better check on him today. Yeah, y'all grab your colossal popcorn. Grab your colossal popcorn, honey. Grab your colossal popcorn. What in the hell? Hey, I mean, he blew a whole entire gasket or two. Maybe you have two. Now, he better hold on to that other one, honey. He's trying to get Seth to react and go in a rage. Yeah, I hope he didn't. Again, I'm just watching this part like y'all. Oh, Seth, he was cussing too. Lord, are you telling me it gets worse? Okay, so yeah, let's get down to this. I saw this. Where'd it go? This is one reason I wanted to stop. Yeah, we need Peter Hyatt as soon as possible. Let's see. Hold on. Where'd it go? Hold on. Let's read something. How do you know they were at their house? Were you there? How do you know they were at their house? I want to know. You're pretty sure. Okay, let's see. Hold on a minute. There was something I wanted to see here. Hold on a minute. Let me go back up. I wouldn't want this guy using my expensive cream. Oh God, y'all know I can't handle this. Don't make me laugh. It's the truth, especially if he was mad. Let's see. His annex would be understandable if he said he was worried over Sebastian, but he's only worried about himself, you know? And yes, and I feel like this is why he is upset. I don't think they realized that it would ever get this much attention. I really don't. Sorry. And there was something I saw. I don't know what it was now, but it was really upsetting. Oh, the DA. So they brought up the DA. Now, y'all better start reading between them lines. Listen, they can say what they want, and the real news channels, and I say real meaning the local, you turn on your TVs and all the channel 5s, 2s, 4s, whatever. They can say what they want, but why does the DA, again, I didn't fall off no turnip truck. Why are they talking about the DA's office and the DA's looking at stuff or has stuff or handling stuff? Honey, I can tell you, they are preparing. They're definitely preparing. Y'all better read between them lines. Just what I said, you better read between them lines. Oh, it's coming. Yeah, he's a real mama's boy. He's one of them titty babies, I can tell. I hope he got off of it before he was 10, because that's what he's acting like. And he's stomping and he's pouting. Remember that night he told me, take your hands, put them down by your side, stomp your feet. I bet that's what he's doing in the corner. Lord, yeah, the DA. There it is. The DA. Y'all better listen to all that. And then he gets real angry. And for those that ask, Bobby is the detective with the TBI that's on this case, and Carter is the last name for the detective in Sumner County. So, yeah, that's what he's saying. We'll get them on the phone. Let's get them on the phone all together. Let's do these calls. Let's do it right now. I'm sure they'd be glad to talk to you, Mr. Chris. You know, let's all get on the phone right now. You know, he does need to respect women. Honey, if this is how, you know what? I'm going to bet you anything. I'll bet you. I'll bet you he talks to his mama like this. I bet you. I'll bet you they're just alike. I bet you they're just alike. Yep, I bet you they are. Oh, I bet he loves his mama, and you punch his buttons, and his mama's his everything. But the way you treat your mama is usually the way you're going to treat them women. And you see how he treats them women, don't you? It's not good. It's not good. Yeah. Chris is frustrated and Seth is devastated. That's a fact. Yeah. Oh, never. Where did it go? Yeah. Never punish a child while angry. Which brings me to, oh my God, can you imagine if Sebastian ever made him angry? Now, nothing that Sebastian could have possibly done as far as literally, I'm sure, like on purposely, whatever made him angry. But can you imagine somebody like Chris? He didn't have no patience for Sebastian. I could see him not cleaning his room to his standards, not doing what he did. Remember what he told me? The crime must fit the punishment. I'm just sitting here wondering if that other channel hadn't went down, if they would have thought this was okay. I'm just wondering. Things kind of got out of hand right here, didn't it? Eye of the Tiger probably reminded him of looking at Chris. I never thought of it that way. I do too, Pamela. Yeah, Chris's mom turned him into a damn brat. Anyway, let's carry on.
I have no idea what
I'm
I
not
am.
saying I know
You
how
don't.
frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I am not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's
And-
not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
I'm
here's,
trying
As
to
a PI, you should have said, you know what? We're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should
I
have
did
went.
say that actually several times,
You
and you
did.
can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them
We need
to be
them.
behind both of you.
Yeah, we
And
need them to find Sebastian.
exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public
And
will find
that's
him.
my biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Right. And it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So,
Can Chris hear me?
yes, he can.
Can you, well, you can't throw us in a back room so we can talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off and you can call him. Do you want to do that?
Let's finish this first and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Chris, listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, if you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox with crap. Which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My report is
The
real
only thing
simple,
I
Seth.
want is to find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly. Because right here, we can end rumors. So people know when I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop.
I noticed
Let
he
me
had the
help you with
smallest
something
room
real
in the
quick.
house. That's probably nothing, but I just noticed that.
You want rumors to die?
I wonder why he was the only
You want to
person
stop with all the stuff that's
besides
coming up
him.
and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for
I'm not
later.
here to swing mud.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again,
that I wasn't
you
gonna
can't
let
talk
you
to a
control
fucking
there.
log.
Okay, wait, okay,
Chris,
so
that's
Let me
not productive.
finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
no, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth,
Okay.
let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter.
Yes,
A lot of
trigger
rumors got
warning,
started
y'all.
because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show
Now-
me the videos.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lise, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Okay,
Trish,
So
can
let's answer.
can we move on to
Let's.
well, you know what, Chris? You're so worried about. Let's just get back to that for a minute. Again, you went there. You've never been there before, not ever. You didn't even go there when it was the very first vigil, when you wasn't scared for your life then. Stay woke, people. He wasn't scared then, nor was he scared now. And when he went there, he knew people would be snapping pictures. Give me a break. Chris, you act too smart to be too damn dumb. The problem with you is you ain't got no fucking common sense at all. I'm sorry. Go suck on your mama's teats. And cry. Smiley said that. I said what I said. Sorry. Well, did you not think when you didn't stay there that you were going to leave Seth hanging to take all the blame, and you knew what you were doing, and then go to the bike shop with your pretty little shirts on like a billboard walking for your... Now you want to call him your son. Now you want to even call him your stepson, not that boy. Learned a little bit of manners since you've been on here, huh? Moving on up. Ooh-wee. Chris is moving on up in the world. He's learning some better things to say. It just irks my nerves because what in the hell did you think? They were not going to take pictures? Exactly, Sergeant King. Crying wolf. Crying wolf. Sometimes I have to stop because sometimes I just can't wrap my mind around all this. Then they got caught doing that, and they want to go, oh, woo, that wasn't yesterday. That was And I got a receipt showing where Katie said that. That was a couple of years back. She ain't got no common sense either. If she did, she'd realize the shirts would show that it was now. And on the desk, it would show the date. Oh my God, at the bike shop, there was the date of the day that y'all were in there. Ooh. Wake up and stay woke. And thank you, Army vet. I still love you. I'm still on here. Lord, I didn't know this was going. This is the longest thing I've ever had. But I think this is important because the more that they talk, and he did jump on here. He says he don't want social media. Social media is messing this up. But the more they talk, the worse it gets. For them, not for us. They can say it about us all they want to. Y'all said this happened last night. I bet he woke up like he did when I did that 3-hour interview with him. I bet he said, oh, shite. I bet I hope he don't wear no white tighty whities. Katie be having to throw them out. Let's just say that. Ooh, Lord. Oh, let's get back for Smiley gets off on something she don't want to. Lord.
Good question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, there's a question here in chat, and I've heard this, and Chris, this is a good one I'd like to clear up. Is
Okay.
it true that Chris told Seth, you will find your son at church?
No.
Okay,
No.
that's
What he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
so in other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying,
Yes,
Chris?
that is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a
Not
question for
you go to a church and you'll find
Chris?
it. Who's
Hold
coming up
on,
with that
Seth.
crap?
I'm sorry, Chris, finish. I'm sorry.
I'm talking because why I understand, I see where people got that,
Right.
but that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. You know, I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's a better way to say it, Chris.
Okay. And that's
For
semantics.
you to think
That's
that I
not-
don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not going to church or
semantics.
going to church. Can we
Is
go
that
to the
what
next
defines
question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we
Okay.
move to the next question?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air. Let's talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do
Right.
know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point.
Correct.
We know that there is a possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian,
Actually, Sebastian, not
I'm
Seth.
sorry, what did I say? I'm sorry.
You
I'm so
said
sorry.
Seth.
me,
Seth, I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian,
I'd like to be listening.
yeah, I understand. I hear you.
I'd like to be missing. Lord, I think-
Sebastian was not seen, a possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay. There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay. So that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the, hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you 2 first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you say?
That's okay. I said, what is the next step? what is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. And I think really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together.
Mhm.
And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction. And I'm hoping that, as I said, Chris had called me earlier and just right before the show started, and I messaged Chloe and was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about, because I wanted to, some of the things that he cleared up with me, I wanted to make sure she was aware of.
Mm-hmm.
But, reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
Thank you. Very good. Chris, what would you like to see us do? What do you think?
At this point, keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light.
Thank
Spread
you.
the word. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I
Right.
told Heather the same thing. There's so many tips that come in weeks later instead of the moment that they come in. When you get these tips, you call 911, you call TBI, you don't call these PIs, you don't call Seth, you don't call us, you just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers. Trust me, keep the prayer warriors out there. We need them.
Thank
I agree. And I think, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to continuously search their properties. And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas. And things get missed. So I think it's important to center it back to the local level, first of all,
Mm-hmm.
because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions. We need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property, because I believe he could be very close to home.
Mm-hmm. There you
Now, I
go.
will say this much, that everything she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. Please, everybody that's searching, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay. He has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay. That needs to stop right now. And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
I need people to keep the faith. I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now, but it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what used to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
This phone number is here for me.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said.
Mhm.
PBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers. I have
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity still exists out here, that we can come together, heads up, eyes open, see something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI, call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females do. I'm not, it's just for evil to exist and continue is good people they do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work, on your way to the corner store, on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely
You might
right.
see him, and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other, and I don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through, and I called Lebanon, which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I will second that with Seth.
So
There's a lot of people
they
out there
don't communicate.
that don't know locally.
Right. They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely need to.
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing
It's
that he is
short-handed.
saying that there's a lot
Not
of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working a 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
So if you've already called PBI with your information, but you think it might be a rumor, if you heard it from Joe Blow down the fucking road, you're not helping find my son.
Right.
You're part of the problem. People out there listening that are doing the death threats, I don't see you at my door. You're going to sit there and pick on people. You're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him and I need him back.
Mm-hmm.
I need him back. Not that I want him back, it's I need. Because my life has stopped. Because
Seth,
my son is not here. And I find it hard to function
can you ladies get him
a
a hold of me,
regular
please?
life without my son here.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Seth.
What did you say? Go ahead, Chris.
Right. Seth, I know what you're doing and I understand the plea, but
Let them talk.
you and I need to get off this panel.
What?
You, me, Katie, PIs need to get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian, you see it, you say something, you call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't.
Yeah, don't go
I'm
down
looking
this
out for you.
track because you don't
Don't.
want maybe your wife to hear it.
Can
or
I
somebody
just
you
say
know
one
that-
thing? I
Chris,
don't
you're a
want to ever
motherfucker.
discourage people from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100
That's
times
his
from everybody
son.
on social
He can do
media,
what the
just
hell he
sending the
wants about
screenshot. Did you see this? And we've already seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but I don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a different message to send. I don't want anybody to feel discouraged. Please reach out to us. Please reach out to TBI. Do not
have fun the rest of the time
keep
at work,
anything
honey.
silent because you don't think it's important.
Absolutely. And I wanted to reiterate, like I get a ton of messages. And even if I do not respond to you, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it. And that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it.
Mm-hmm.
So please, I mean, I get them on Twitter, I get them on Facebook, I get them in my emails. If I don't respond, it's not because I'm ignoring you. We are vetting things that we know are probably nothing,
Right.
but we're still vetting them.
I mean, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. You know, it's regardless of how everybody out there feels about me personally, regardless. Let me help everybody with something, and this might help you understand where we're all standing. There are some folks out there that have children,
Now, why don't you get on off?
and I
You
would
want
like for
off?
you to
Get
take
on
a step
off.
back
Now you're gonna make it about
and you can
you.
look.
We'll let Seth
Go look
talk.
at your children. You get to look at them. You get to hold them. You get to hug them. You get to give them kisses every night. You get to say, I love you, and all the fun jazz that you get to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there are 3 parents that cannot do that right now to one child. One,
I'm so sorry.
regardless
you
of
do
how
that
you
with your
feel
daughter. So
about
why
me.
didn't you let Seth
Because I can
talk?
tell you now, I'm not the most liked person in the world.
No,
And
you're
I'm
not.
perfectly okay to accept that. But if your heart's in the right place and you're doing this for the right reasons, it's not about me. It's not about Seth. This ain't about Katie. This is about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers,
You've
our
been
son.
listening to me, huh?
And all I'm asking for y'all is to please tone everything
Oh,
down.
Ellie, thank you.
Focus on the positive.
Absolutely.
Keep pushing the message
Put
out
somebody put Seth's
there. And trust me, when we find
petition in here,
Sebastian,
please.
when he comes home, let the party begin.
I know Aurora's got it. She's still here.
But that's all we're going to ask of y'all is please just keep spreading the word and be supportive and just keep pushing Sebastian. That's all we're going to ask.
Thank you, honey.
Thank you. Seth, any final words?
Well,
Here it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I
Thank
can't
you.
thank you enough for coming tonight. I apologize for the rude comments in chat. Our mods were
Okay. Woo, that was long. Thank you all. Lord. Thank you to Web Sleuth. Y'all please go sub up to her channel and all those things. Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. That was a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. And woo, we got 10,000. 10,000. Ring, ling, 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 ling. Yeah, all the things, honey. All the things. I appreciate all of you, all of your support. I cannot believe it. God, it's been a long road to this. And 10,000 people. God, where does 10,000 people come from? I don't even know where 10,000 people come from to watch little old me. I can't imagine. I don't know what I still don't even understand. I guess like I tell y'all, just listen to me, and it's not for some people to understand, I guess. The people that I help, or sometimes when I say what I say, they know That's all that matters? Or who I help, they know? Shit, I still don't know. Smiley knows nothing. Smiley knows nothing. But I do know that I care about each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Sergeant King. Whew, it's been a long road. It just seems like 10,000 people. Freaking Smiley here. Freaking Smiley. Oh my gosh. Freaking Smiley. Freaking Smiley loves all y'all. We got to get together and have a fun night or something. I can't believe freaking Smiley's been on here 4 hours and 50 minutes. That's hilarious. 4 hours and 50 minutes. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. 4 hours and 50 minutes. I love you all. Oh, my God. Let me say freaking Smiley. Oh, Chris in public relations mod. Well, one thing that it did show, thank you all. Seriously, thank you all. I'm proud of myself for that. I don't know how in the heck I did it. I guess I got a strong mind, I guess. Y'all are cray-cray. I don't know about all that. I may have to nap on all this or think it. I may wake up and be going, what did I do? What? Woohoo. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Hey, yeah. And like I said earlier, or maybe I didn't say it. I don't even know. I've said so much on this live. I think, yeah, I did. I was just saying like what he said. I think where people kind of side out everything is because he's usually very cautious what he says and stuff. And, sometimes you just break. Each and every one of us has a breaking point, and that's the way it is. I don't think. Lord, green eyes. I'll just leave that one like it is. I don't even know. I love you big. I love you this big. Maybe I need to go listen. What I need to do is I need to listen to some music tonight. I ain't listened to none in a long time. I need to listen to some. Yeah, at least give me some thumbs up. At least give me some thumbs up. But, this is just a sad case all the way around. And, in my opinion, I feel like still regardless of wherever Chris was or whatever knowledge he has during or after. Hey, Seth. Hello, honey. Hello. Thank you for coming in. Boy, that was a long live. Y'all got awful heated. I've been on this one all day because I had to listen to it for myself, the first part, and then I didn't play the first part. I listened to the last part here, and I was like, whoa, y'all got heated, buddy. But one other thing I wanted to touch on that was made clear when I was listening to Chloe at the first, and again, y'all go over to the other channel. It was confirmed that there was talk, and I think on a videotape that Chris was leaving Katie, and y'all can hear that for yourself when you go over there and listen up. And so I do believe, in my opinion, that Katie, I had heard, now this may be hearsay right here, this part, I had heard somewhere that Chris said to Katie, I hope you choose your son over. But over me. But by hearing that is factual, I just feel like Katie chose, a man over her son. And that's just my opinion. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But all this nonsense, it has to stop. Please sign Seth's petition. I signed it. I want everybody here to sign it. I want everybody here to continue to pass out the flyers. Because no matter what you think or what you do, the flyers, keeping his name fresh, the pictures out there and all that, that's going to be one of the biggest things. Yeah, I signed it last week too, but still, if you can, usually, now they sent me something in my email, like if somebody signs it and you had shared it, they'll let you know. Hey, they don't necessarily let you know who, I don't think, but you helped get this pushed through. Just make sure that you keep sharing it. Share it wherever you can. Because now sometimes they say it don't help or, whatever. Listen, never say never to anything because you never, ever know. I find myself saying never a lot. And then guess what? But again, this is what it's all about. It's Sebastian. And everything does matter. I'm so tired of everybody asking, why does this matter? Why does that person matter? Why does this? In my opinion, everything and everybody matters if they were in his life or around or whatever. Or if they were brought up, everybody, everything, every place. And I still pray he's somewhere safe. Who knows? Keep the faith. Keep the faith. But Sebastian Rogers, missing since February 26, 2024. He's 15 years old. Male, brown hairs, brown eyes, and he wears glasses. And if you see him, call TBI, 1-800-TBI-FIND or 615-451-3838. If you think you spot him somewhere, call 911. And I always say, if you think you see him, take a picture. Please take a picture. Don't waste everybody's time. But in the meantime, if you really, really think you see him, take a picture. You don't have to go up to him and scare him. Don't go up to no child and scare them. No. There's ways to take a picture of people without them knowing, okay? I love y'all. Thank you. And thank you for being here. Wait. I'd just like to remind everyone that all the professionals have looked into this case are calling. Hold on a minute. All the professionals that have looked into this case are calling on Chris and Katie. Are you saying they're calling? They're saying it's Chris and Katie. Is that what you're saying? They're saying I can't speak. That it's Chris and Katie. Is that what you're saying? For all the professionals. Hold on. Let's see what this is. What is that, Sunflower? Yeah. So see, I've been behind today. I haven't got to see anything. I literally got up and my box was blowing up. Yeah, red flags, definitely. Oh, yeah, the red flags. Sorry, it takes me a minute. Yeah. So y'all know the word on the street. I literally have not got to watch nothing today except this. Literally. And I apologize because y'all know more than me, honey, because I went to sleep last night. I didn't know any of this was going on, which is unusual. Usually my phone's blowing up, honey, but or I missed it or something, because I went to sleep last night. I woke up this morning and all chaos was going on my phone. They're like, Smiley, will you play this? Will you do this? Will you do this? And I was like, well, first y'all got to send me the link. What are you even talking about? And I saw it. I'm like, oh my God. And then people started calling me because they usually know my routine. And I'm like, boop, nope, can't, ain't talking to nobody. I'm really, yeah, Smiley knows nothing. I am really getting into hearing what they're saying. And I started writing stuff down. And then when Chris come on, I'm like, holy shit. And then when I didn't hear when Seth come on, and I heard that with y'all live. So I'm just as surprised as y'all. So green eyes. Yeah. So I don't even know what's being said out on the street. I can tell you, I can only imagine. I can only imagine. So I'm going to go in here and take me a little break and scan my phone and just scan and see what's going on. Stay strong, Seth. Just stay strong. That's all I can tell you. Everybody, thank you. Thank you for being here. And that's all I can tell y'all. Just pass out these flyers and stay Sebastian strong, okay? All right. I love y'all, and I'll see y'all around the streets. And thank y'all for 10,000. That means more eyes for these missing kids. I don't know how it works, but it means it works out in the algorithm. So thank you. Thank you very much, and I love you. Stay green, stay positive, stay happy, and keep looking for these kids. Bye. Love you.